Chapter 1466. It should be known that the casting of illusions normally required soul power. What level of soul power did one need to cast the same illusions on billions of people? Furthermore, they still believed in it. Father, how did you do it? Why did you add another 10 years? Lin Zhan sighed. This world is far more magical than you can imagine. I think you should know the general situation of this world. I know about the true spirit world. Lin Xian nodded. Since you know about the true spirit world, then you should also know that the Sky Martial continent is actually an island. In the real big world, it's nothing. And that vast true spirit world is extremely magical. It's far beyond your imagination. Therefore, it's not difficult to cast an illusion on everyone on the island. Of course, you still can't understand that method. Lin Zhan said, I'm not as magical as you think. I can create such a huge illusion mainly because of an eye. I once obtained an eye. It's the eye of a certain race on the true spirit continent. This eye has been cultivated to an extremely high level. I don't even need to use any power. I only need to activate it, and I can create an extremely terrifying illusion. I use this illusion to make everyone on the Sky Martial continent think that I've arrived here long ago. As for the reason, it's naturally to integrate with them. I need the dragon fountain in the Thousand Spirit Valley. Lin Zhan said slowly. And I could cast an illusion on billions of people. When Lin Xian heard that, his mouth fell open in disbelief. What kind of eye could be so terrifying? According to what his father said, it was a certain race on the true spirit world. Could the real big world be so terrifying? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He now knew how the extra 10 years came about. He also knew why Lin Zhuan wanted to extend it by 10 years. However, he had even more doubts. For example, what was that eye? What race was that? Also, why was Lin Zhan in such a hurry to occupy the dragon fountain? Could there be some other secrets? However, Lin Zhan didn't tell him these things. What do you plan to do next? Just as Lin Xian was deep in thought, Lin Zhan asked again. I want to go to the real great world and see how magical it is. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Zhan nodded. Indeed, this place is too small. You should go to the real big world to take a look. However, that place is far more dangerous than this place. Although there is almost no danger here, once you reach the real great world, you will likely encounter countless dangers. You have to be mentally prepared for this. I know. Lin Xian nodded. He too had told him about this before. As the successor of the Dragon Sword, he would definitely receive countless challenges and threats. There were even people who wanted to scheme against his great Dragon Sword soul. These were all within his expectations, but no matter what danger there was, he would still try it. However, Lin Zhan shook his head slightly. Do you still remember why you were chased out of Sword Pool Mansion back then? Do you remember why you can't cultivate? Lin Xian's question was like a clap of thunder. It made Lin Xian extremely shocked. Of course, he wouldn't forget these things. Previously, he couldn't cultivate at all. This didn't mean that he was trash. On the contrary, his talent was extremely high. He was definitely a top genius. In the beginning, he was unable to cultivate because he had been sealed. Back then, the spirit meridians in his body were sealed by a black lotus. He couldn't cultivate at all. If it wasn't for that mysterious small sword, he wouldn't even be able to cultivate. However, what did Lin Zhan mean by saying this now? Could it be that the black lotus in his body didn't exist for no reason? Was it specifically targeting him? Thinking about the true spirit continent that he was about to go to, Lin Xian's expression was uncertain. He asked in a deep voice, Father, could it be that the person who sealed me back then is now in the true spirit continent? That's right. He is in that world. Lin Zhan nodded. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression darkened. Father, who exactly is he? Why did he seal me? He is a very terrifying enemy. You are no match for him now. Even I am no match for him, Lin Zhan said in a deep voice. If I tell you now, it will only add to your troubles. You might even be in danger. However, I have to remind you that when you enter the real world, you must be careful of people with the black lotus mark on them. In front of these people, you must not reveal the secret that you have the great dragon sword soul. Otherwise, you will be hunted down endlessly. Try your best to hide your identity. If you are really discovered, you must be killed immediately. You must not let these people spread the news back. Lin Zhan's expression was very serious. Obviously, this matter was very troublesome. Lin Xian's expression was also very serious. Although Lin Zhan didn't say much, he could feel the seriousness of this matter and how terrifying that black lotus was. Thinking about it, this black lotus was also an extremely terrifying existence in the real world. Don't worry, father. I will be careful. Lin Xian took a deep breath and nodded seriously. I believe in you. With your talent and the great dragon sword soul, as long as you continue to grow, your future will be limitless. Lin Zhan finally revealed a trace of a smile. However, the path of martial arts is very dangerous. It is extremely difficult. There will definitely be countless difficulties and obstacles on this path. I hope that you will have a firm martial heart and never give up. This is because willpower and confidence are sometimes more important than talent. The father and son talked for a long time. In the end, Lin Zhan's figure disappeared again. Lin Xian also left the mysterious space and returned to the periphery of the Wanling Valley. Since he knew about his father's situation, there was no need for him to guard here all day. His figure flashed and he left the Wanling Valley. In the following days, Lin Xian desperately raised his cultivation level and continuously comprehended the dragon sword territory. On the other side, the ninth elder and the rest led the remaining warriors and elders of the Palace of Gods of War back to the Palace of Gods of War. When they found out about what happened that day, they were all stunned. None of them dared to believe it. However, when they returned to the Palace of Gods of War and saw the scene here, they finally relaxed. Then, they looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Agitated, too agitated. Originally, they thought that they would leave the Palace of Gods of War forever and never return. However, they didn't expect that not long after, they would return again. Of course, this was all thanks to Lin Xian. Not only them, but the outside world was also in an uproar. Chapter 1467. It couldn't be helped. This matter was too shocking. One had to know that the Duan clan's ancestor was a king. Such a person was the pinnacle of existence. How could he be killed? However, it really happened. Not only was he killed, but he was also killed by a youth in his 20s. When everyone found out about this, their minds exploded with a bang. In an instant, Lin Xian's name swept across the entire continent. Not only that, the Duan clan's destruction, Lin Xian's fight with the three kings, and slapping the Shen clan's ancestors' face in front of everyone. The entire Tianwu continent was in an uproar. Because every matter was too shocking. It had never happened before in hundreds or thousands of years. One had to know that they were all kings. Every one of them was an indomitable expert. However, all of them suffered in the hands of Lin Xian. This was too inconceivable. Especially when they heard that Lin Xian had summoned two mysterious kings to fight against the Shen clan's ancestor, Morong clan's ancestor, and the Happy King, everyone's jaws dropped. Excluding Din Xian and the Immortal Martial Academy's kings, Lin Xian actually had two kings by his side. This was too shocking. Perhaps no power in the Tianwu continent could fight against him. In an instant, the entire continent was talking about this matter. As for Lin Xian, he began to cultivate crazily. Ever since the Palace of Gods of War's cultivators returned, Lin Xian sent them out to search for energy. As for the energy requirements, he had asked He Tu before. He didn't have any specific requirements. There was only one, and that was a huge amount of energy. Therefore, Lin Xian mobilized the entire Palace of Gods of War and all its subordinate forces to search the entire Tianwu continent. Because only by finding enough energy could he leave this place and head to the real true spirit world. As for Lin Xian, he went into seclusion to cultivate and raise his cultivation. He had already cultivated the Furious Dragon arts to the 4th level. Now, his blood and qi were vigorous, surpassing the half-step king realm. His heaven spill visualization diagram had also reached the 6th level. His soul power had increased tremendously. It could be said that if he didn't use the dragon sword domain, no one below the king realm was his match. And once he used the dragon sword domain, even a 1-star king would not be a match for him. Just like that, Lin Xian went into seclusion and cultivated rapidly. At the same time, in a certain primordial forest of the Tianwu continent, there was a huge canyon. This canyon was tens of thousands of feet deep. There was no one at all, not even demonic beasts. However, at the bottom of this ravine, there was a black silhouette. Like a small mountain, it was burning fiercely and emitted blazing heat. The surroundings were charred black, and not a single blade of grass grew. This strange figure was naturally the heavenly Netherbird. At this moment, there was only one astral chain left on his body. The other 3 had lost their luster and were scattered on the ground. However, the heavenly Netherbird didn't refine the last one. Instead, it suddenly opened its eyes. His pitch-black eyes flickered with scorching flames as they pierced through the void before him. Damned astral chains. How could they be so powerful? Even if I tried my best, I could only refine 3 of them. However, this last one is simply unable to stop me. Wait for me to absorb some energy, then I'll break this last chain. At that time, the entire Tianwu continent will be under my feet. In the next moment, the heavenly Netherbird stood up. The flames on its body flickered as it opened its bloody mouth and sucked with all its might. Immediately, the surrounding spiritual qi started to churn and fly towards it. This scene was too terrifying. The heavenly Netherbird was like a peerless demon as it crazily devoured the surrounding spiritual qi. The spiritual qi quickly gathered and formed rivers of spiritual qi that spun towards the heavenly Netherbird. However, the heavenly Netherbird was like a bottomless pit as it crazily devoured the spiritual qi. Not long after, the plants in the canyon lost their luster, turned yellow, and finally died. The entire canyon became a wasteland, and the situation was still spreading rapidly. In a primordial forest not far from the canyon, 2 demonic beasts were fighting. One of them was a golden ape, and the other was a pitch-black black bear. Both of them had powerful auras, and both had the strength of a 9-star demonic beast general. As they fought, the entire void trembled and parts of the forest collapsed. No one knew why these 2 demonic beasts were fighting, but the battle was extremely intense. However, not long after, the 2 of them stopped and looked into the distance in bewilderment. Then, they revealed a look of horror. This was because the forest in the distance was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The trees directly withered and lost their vitality. A gray ray of light was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Everywhere it passed, everything fell. The gray ray of light was quickly flying towards them. Even though the 2 demonic beasts had reached the level of a 9-star demonic beast general, and were even more terrifying than a 9th heaven supremacy. However, at this moment, they started to tremble violently, and a deep sense of fear appeared in their eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two demonic beasts no longer cared about fighting. They turned and fled, turning into two shocking rays of light. However, the gray ray of light was even faster. The moment they rose into the air, it instantly swept past their bodies. The two demonic beasts stopped in mid-air, and their huge bodies quickly shrank. The golden ape's golden light quickly dimmed, and its flesh quickly withered. As for the black bear spirit, it was extremely horrified. Its huge body instantly turned into a bag of bones. In the next moment, the two demonic beasts turned into a pile of white bones and fell to the ground. The gray ray of light was still rapidly spreading into the distance. In another part of the forest, a group of cultivators was moving quickly. At the forefront was a young man in a blue shirt. He held a hidden sword in his hand, and his entire body exuded a powerful aura. Beside him was a girl in a pink shirt, who was anxiously looking into the distance. "Sister Fu, don't worry. I'll catch Silver Fox for you now. Senior brother, be careful. Silver Fox has reached the level of an 8-star demonic beast general. It's extremely terrifying." The girl in a pink shirt had a look of concern. "Don't worry, junior sister. I just made a breakthrough a few days ago and reached the level of an 8th heaven supremacy. It's not difficult to deal with Silver Fox." The man in a blue shirt was extremely confident, and he couldn't help but increase his speed. Silver Fox, who was in front of him, was like a silver ray of light that streaked across the void. However, in the next moment, it stopped in mid-air. It raised its furry head and looked into the distance, its expression filled with fear. "Beast, where do you think you're going?" When the man in a blue shirt saw this scene, he was overjoyed. He held the long sword in his hand and quickly slashed out several blue sword lights. These sword lights surged in the air, forming a huge sword net that enveloped Silver Fox. In the next moment, the Sword King would be able to catch Silver Fox. Chapter 1468. Not only him, but the girl in pink next to him, as well as the warriors behind her, were also stunned. That was because the Silver Fox in front of them instantly withered and turned into a pile of bones. It was as if his energy had been sucked away by something. It was very strange. In the sky, the huge blue sword net also became dim in an instant and then disappeared. What? The blue-robed man was shocked. That was his ultimate move, but it was broken in an instant. Then, his face darkened and he shouted coldly. "Who is it? Come out." However, no one answered him. In the next moment, the blue-robed man was also stunned. As if he had encountered something terrible, his body instantly caved in. Not only him, but the girl in pink and the warriors behind her also turned into a pile of bones in an instant. In the sky, there was an arc of gray light that quickly spread. This gray light was naturally released by the heavenly netherbird. At this moment, it was crazily devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Gradually, with the canyon as the center, everything within 1,000 miles was turned into a wasteland. All the trees, monsters, and humans were sucked dry of their spiritual energy and turned into countless bones. In the depths of the canyon, the heavenly netherbird slowly closed its mouth. Suddenly, the terrifying devouring power also quickly disappeared. If I use the normal method to refine the star chain, I'm afraid it will take about a year. But I can't wait any longer. The heavenly netherbird whispered to itself. Then, a fierce light burst out from its eyes. Forget it. Since there's only one chain left, I'll go out and see if there's any powerful energy to replenish. Obviously, the devouring did not allow it to recover to its full strength. Moreover, that method of absorption was too slow. The heavenly netherbird could not wait and wanted to immediately go out and take revenge. So in the next moment, it flapped its huge wings. Countless flames spread and its huge body quickly left the ground. In the next moment, the heavenly netherbird turned into a black light and disappeared from the canyon. Northwest of the Tianwu continent. There was an extremely majestic mountain range here. It was the territory of the Divine Bird Palace. Since the last time they left the Palace of Gods of War, the people of the Divine Bird Palace were very low-key. They did not even go out. There was nothing they could do about it. The shock they had received earlier was simply too great. The scene of Lin Xian killing the Duan family's patriarch was like a nightmare that kept circling in their minds, unable to disperse for a long time. They were even afraid that Lin Xian would attack their Divine Bird Palace, so they all gathered here and did not dare to go out. The Palace Lord of the Divine Bird Palace was in seclusion, cultivating with all his might to break through and become a king. This was the only way to ensure the safety of the Divine Bird Palace. However, these people did not know that, at this moment, there was a black figure near the mountain range. It was rapidly approaching. This black figure carried with it a blazing flame aura. It was like a flaming divine bird as it flew rapidly through the sky. This figure was naturally the heavenly netherbird. His dark eyes looked down at the mountains below, and he whispered to himself, "I remember that the Divine Bird Palace seems to be here. I wonder how much of my strength can these 3 vermilion blood birds help me recover." Thinking of this, he revealed a sinister smile. Then, he flapped his black wings and charged downwards like a bolt of black lightning, tearing the sky apart. In the next moment, he arrived at the mountain range. There were countless palaces and pavilions in front of him. At the center of the palace were 3 majestic palaces. One was a purple palace that was bathed in lightning, while the other was a green palace that was surrounded by wind blades. The last one was a flaming palace. It was like the palace of the fire god, blooming with a blazing light. The 3 vermilion blood birds were also an ancient species. They had 3 heads and 3 attributes: wind, lightning, and fire. The 3 palaces in front corresponded to the 3 heads. It could be said that the 3 palaces were forbidden areas of the Divine Bird Palace. At this moment, the heavenly netherbird looked at the 3 palaces in front of him and snorted coldly. Then, his huge claws grabbed forward. Looking at the 3 palaces in front of him, the heavenly netherbird raised his claws and slowly grabbed forward. The first thing he did was to grab the fiery red palace of flames. The huge claws covered the sky and the earth. They were extremely black, with black flames dancing on them. It was like the claws of a demon god. It was extremely terrifying. When the flaming palace was attacked, it immediately emitted a dazzling light. Flames surrounded the palace as if they were going to burn everything. Humph! The heavenly netherbird snorted disdainfully. Using flames in front of him was courting death. Sure enough, in the next moment, countless black flames shone coldly on the huge palm. Black lines appeared on the claws, and a terrifying heat surged forward. Boom! 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 The 2 flames collided with each other, making a low sound. In the next moment, a hole was torn in the fiery red light screen, and the monstrous red flames became extremely dim in an instant. In front of the heavenly netherbird, they could not use their strength at all. They were completely suppressed. Seeing this, the heavenly netherbird snorted disdainfully. Then, he waved his claws and grabbed the flaming palace. With a strong pull, the majestic palace was uprooted from the ground and arrived in front of the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird opened his bloody mouth and sucked hard. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared. The huge palace in front of him was attracted by the black vortex. It quickly shrank and was sucked into the heavenly netherbirds' stomach. This change immediately attracted the attention of the martial artists of the Divine Bird Palace. Countless martial artists rushed out from the mountains around Viper. When they saw that one of the 3 shrines in the center was missing, their faces changed. Those were the shrines in their hearts. They were incomparably sacred places. Now that one was missing, it made them feel as if the sky was falling. Damn it, who did this? Get out here. Enemy attack. There's a powerful person attacking. Hurry and inform the elders. How dare you come to my divine bird palace? I'll make sure you don't leave. Angry shouts rang out. It was obvious that everyone was furious. However, when they looked up at the sky and saw a huge black figure, they were all stunned. Then, fear appeared in their eyes. Even their bodies began to tremble. Tian, heavenly netherbird. Everyone was terrified. They did not expect the heavenly netherbird to attack. This was a king. And an extremely powerful one. The divine bird palace could not resist at all. The elders of the divine bird palace who rushed over were so scared that they peed their pants. Originally, when they heard that their 3 shrines had disappeared, they were so angry that their beards curled up. They decided that no matter who it was, they would kill him. Chapter 1469. That was a king. How could they fight? Even if all of them went up, they would not be able to withstand a single slap. Damn it. Everyone, pay attention. Activate the protective array. At the same time, send someone to inform the palace master to come out. Also, send someone to the other king families. The great elder of the divine bird palace shouted loudly. His voice spread clearly in all directions. Yes, activate the protective array. All the warriors were shocked. They moved to their respective positions and channeled their spiritual power. The protective array was the divine bird palace's peerless array. It was used to defend against external enemies. This array had been passed down since ancient times. It was extremely terrifying. No one below the king level could break it. As for the king level, they did not know because no king level had ever attacked the divine bird palace. However, they believed in the power of the protective array. It could at least resist for a while. During this time, they had already sent someone to inform the palace master. Not only that, they had also sent a distress signal to the Shin family, Morong family, Mary Woods, and other king families. As long as a king level dared to come, things would be easy. However, they did not know that the heavenly netherbird had recovered most of its strength. They thought that the heavenly netherbird was still bound by the star chains like before. Previously, the heavenly netherbird had caused a ruckus and was defeated by a king level. Therefore, they thought that it would be the same this time. Soon, a mysterious pattern flashed and a terrifying defensive array was activated. It covered the entire mountain range. This array had been passed down since ancient times. It had been perfected by generations of divine bird palace experts. It could be said to be extremely powerful. After activating the protective array, all the warriors of the divine bird palace heaved a sigh of relief. The elders also smiled. All right, we can hold on for a while. As long as the other kings arrive, we will be safe. The heavenly netherbird looked at the activated protective array and smiled disdainfully. Although this level of array formation was miraculous, it was nothing in his eyes. If it was like before, when it was trapped by the 4-star chains, it might take some effort to break this array. However, it only had 1-star chain left and its strength had recovered by more than half. Compared to before, it could be said that it was countless times more terrifying. Therefore, he did not take the protective grand formation below seriously at all. In the next moment, his eyes flickered and black flames spread all over his body. They condensed into a pitch-black claw in front of him and slammed downwards. In an instant, lightning and fire intertwined, and wind and thunder roared. This terrifying claw turned into a black afterimage, accompanied by boundless flames around it. It was abnormally terrifying. In the void, ear-piercing whistling sounds could be heard. The lightning was astonishing, and all sorts of terrifying scenes erupted. This black palm ruthlessly slammed into the protective formation below, immediately erupting with an earth-shattering tremor. The entire mountain range shook violently as if there was a huge earthquake. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the warriors of Divine Bird Palace below changed their expressions, and the elders roared madly. Everyone frantically channeled their spiritual energy to stabilize the formation, but soon, despair appeared in their eyes. This was because no matter how hard they tried, the tremors around them were getting more and more intense. It was to the extent where the ground beneath their feet began to crack apart, producing terrifying sounds. Mountains collapsed, palaces exploded, and countless people turned into a bloody mist in an instant. What? Impossible. Isn't there a defensive formation? How can the energy still be transmitted? At this moment, the faces of countless warriors of Divine Bird Palace changed greatly. They simply could not understand how such a thing could happen. This kind of terrifying method had long surpassed their understanding. However, in the next moment, their faces turned to horror again. This was because the protective formation above their heads was rapidly dimming. Countless cracks appeared on it like a spider web, instantly covering the entire sky. Caw caw caw. A low sound rang out, and then the entire protective formation shattered like glass. Countless fragments scattered in all directions. Impossible. This is simply impossible. The elders yelled madly. They could not believe that the protective formation had been broken. It had been broken in an instant. How could this be? One had to know that this was their protective formation. It had been passed down from ancient times. After being improved by generations of powerhouses, it could be said to be incomparably terrifying. They were even confident that it could withstand the attack of a king. However, now, in the face of the heavenly Netherbird's attack, the protective formation that they were so proud of had been broken. What was broken was not only the protective formation, but also the hope in their hearts. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with despair. Many people's faces were ashen. It was over, it was completely over. Without the protective formation, they simply could not withstand the heavenly Netherbird's fury. This entire process did not even take half an hour. Not to mention the other kings, even their palace master had not arrived yet. For a moment, a sense of despair and fear enveloped the warriors of Divine Bird Palace. The heavenly Netherbird looked down at the mountains below with a sinister smile. Then, it waved its claws. Suddenly, the bodies of countless warriors below exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. The elders' faces changed greatly, and they all fled in all directions. In an instant, rays of light of various colors flew up from the mountains below and fled in all directions. Facing the heavenly Netherbird, they did not have any thoughts of fighting back. They only had one thought, and that was to escape. However, in the next moment, they were all in despair. Because it was as if the other party had used magic, their bodies all stopped in midair. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed them. As a result, they couldn't shake it at all. No, damn it. I don't believe it. The great elder of Divine Bird Palace roared crazily. His body exploded with unparalleled energy, and he even began to burn his spiritual power and blood vessels. However, it was useless. In the next moment, the heavenly Netherbbird's eyes moved, and the warriors' bodies exploded again, turning into clouds of blood mist. The blood mist did not disperse. Instead, it seemed to be guided by something and quickly floated in the same direction. That was the heavenly Netherbird. The blood mist condensed in front of the heavenly Netherbird, forming a strange blood rune. This rune was very complicated, and it was formed by countless mysterious lines. At first, it was very dim, but as more and more blood mist was added, the rune gradually lit up with a scarlet light. A mysterious and terrifying power was gradually emitted. Seeing this, the heavenly Netherbird smiled. "Stop, hurry up and stop." However, at this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from the mountains below. This voice was very loud, and it directly penetrated the sky. Chapter 1470. A figure turned into a long rainbow and arrived in the sky at high speed. It was a middle-aged man with a majestic gait. He had a powerful aura and a pair of purple wings on his back. "Heavenly Netherbird, why did you attack my Divine Bird Palace?" This man was the palace master of the Divine Bird Palace. Seeing his palace destroyed and his disciples killed, he could no longer hold it in and shouted. "Who do you think you are? How dare a lowly ant talk to me like that?" The heavenly Netherbbird's eyes were cold. Suddenly, the palace master's body trembled, but he still shouted. "Why can't I? You and I are both flying beasts. Even in the ancient times, our two races intersected. Why did you attack us? Even if you want energy, you should attack humans." He was indeed crazy because he could see that the heavenly Netherbird was devouring their energy. But he could not understand why the heavenly Netherbird Palace was targeted when there were so many human forces. "Why?" The heavenly Netherbird snorted in disdain. "You lowly ants want to claim kinship with me. If it was the real three-headed crimson blood bird, I might hesitate. But you lowly ants are not worth mentioning." After the heavenly Netherbird finished speaking, it did not bother to pay attention to them and flicked its finger. Suddenly, the Divine Bird Palace Master's body exploded, turning into a bright red mist of blood. This scene was too shocking. The Palace Master of the Divine Bird Palace was an existence that surpassed the half-step king level. But in front of the heavenly Netherbird, he could not resist at all and was easily killed. This was too unbelievable. Below, the remaining warriors saw this scene and their scalps went numb. They sat on the ground paralyzed. It was over. It was really over. Their palace master had been killed in a single move, so they didn't stand a chance at all. Thinking of this, these people shouted crazily, "Why did you attack us?" However, no one answered them. There was only a pair of invisible hands that crushed them one by one. Tens of thousands of Divine Bird Palace martial practitioners exploded, turning into scarlet blood. The blood did not fall. Instead, it gathered in the sky and floated toward the mysterious rune. This scene was very strange. Countless drops of blood flew, but they did not drip on the ground. In fact, they even disappeared in the end. Only the pungent smell of blood filled the air. In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists in the entire Divine Bird Palace were killed, and no one escaped. In an instant, the originally majestic palace became fragmented, and the entire mountain range was torn apart. All the martial artists of the Divine Bird Palace were killed, but not a single corpse was left, not even a drop of blood was left. In an instant, the terrifying sixth-grade sect, the Divine Bird Palace, was annihilated. Looking at the mysterious rune flashing with scarlet light in the air, the heavenly Netherbird revealed a trace of a sinister smile. Then, it waved its claw and put away the mysterious rune. However, he once again looked towards the center of the mountain range, at the two remaining majestic halls. One was surrounded by purple lightning, while the other was accompanied by countless wind blades. He didn't let go of these two palaces either. He opened his mouth and sucked, forming a black vortex that sucked the two palaces into his stomach. After doing all this, he flapped his black wings, turned into a black flash, and left this place. Only ruins were left. The Shen family, the king family of the Tianwu continent. Like the palace of Ares, the Shin family also occupied a spiritual vein, and it was one of the best spiritual veins in the Tianwu continent. The spiritual qi here was countless times denser than the outside world. Therefore, the effect of cultivating here was very good. The entire Shin family was like a fairyland. However, in this fairy-like Shin family, a few rays of light flashed quickly. Who's there? Stop! Seeing these rays of light, countless cold shouts were heard. Then, dozens of powerful figures appeared in the air. These people were wearing battle armor, holding long spears, and emitting a biting cold murderous aura. These were the Shin family's guards. They were usually patrolling at the foot of the mountain. Once they noticed any disturbance, they would immediately attack, never allowing any enemy to enter the Shin family. Moreover, basically no one dared to cause trouble. After all, the Shin family was a king family and was incomparably powerful. Even if someone came to visit, they would land at the foot of the mountain and be interrogated. Only after confirming that it was safe would they let these people in. But now, there was someone who was so daring as to barge in without putting them in his eyes. Therefore, these people immediately stepped forward and reprimanded him. If the other party did not listen, then they would attack mercilessly and kill him. Don't attack, it's me. I'm the leader of the family's Divine Wind team. In the air, the black figure quickly said, I have an urgent matter to report. Below, the martial artists guarding the mountain said coldly, whatever it is, investigate according to the rules. If you're someone else in disguise, we can't let you in. However, the figure above did not stop at all. He threw down a token and then quickly left. At the same time, a voice was heard, I'll bear the consequences alone. Seeing that the figure was unwilling to stop, the guards below frowned. Leader, what should we do? Should we activate the defensive array and kill him? The leader of the guards was a middle-aged man. At this moment, he had a cold expression and shook his head slightly. No need, this token is indeed the leader of the Divine Wind team. It seems that he really has an urgent matter. However, we can't relax. Go to the family and report to confirm it again. Yes. Immediately, a guard quickly left and entered the Shin family to report. The leader of the Divine Wind team flew all the way and displayed an extremely fast speed. He turned into a gray light and shuttled quickly in the sky. His speed was so fast that it directly attracted the sound of wind and thunder. Even the void trembled violently. Below, countless martial artists of the Shin family looked up at the sky and were surprised. Because in the family, very few people flew like this. Who is it? How dare he be so bold and attract the power of wind and thunder? Is it an enemy attack? Damn it, what's the matter with the guards below the mountain? Why don't they attack when they see someone coming in? The martial artists of the Shin family were furious. Some of the experts even wanted to attack. However, the figure above quickly said, I'm the leader of the Divine Wind team. I have an urgent matter to attend to and I have to break the family rules. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few elders of the Shin family appeared in the sky and blocked that person's path. Elder Feng, it's really you. Chapter 1471. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A few elders of the Shin family appeared in the sky and blocked that person's path. Elder Feng, it's really you. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Among them, the third elder of the Shin family asked. Something bad has happened. I want to see the Laozu. I have to see him now. The leader of the Divine Wind team, Elder Feng, said anxiously. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? The Laozu is in seclusion now. Yeah, why don't you leave it to us? Third elder, I'm afraid you can't make the decision on this matter. Elder Fong shook his head quickly. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the other elders. What's the matter? Why does he need to send a voice transmission? Can't he just say it out loud? The third elder and the rest were puzzled. But in the next moment, they trembled and looked horrified. Because they had heard a terrifying news. Is your news true? The third elder and the rest were shocked and in disbelief. It's true. It's because of this news that I broke the rules and barged in. Now, I have to tell the Laozu what I did. Let's go. Follow me. This time, the third elder and the rest of the elders did not stop them. Instead, they led Elder Fong into the Shen family quickly. Only a group of Shen family warriors were left behind. They looked at each other and did not know what had happened. Dozens of elders gathered in the main hall of the Shen family. These were the core elders of the Shen family. These people gathered together and discussed with solemn expressions. Not long after, an old voice sounded from the main seat in the main hall. Greetings to the Laozu. Seeing this old figure, all the elders immediately bowed respectfully. The Laozu nodded slightly. Then, he looked at the leader of the Divine Wind team, Elder Fong. What's the matter? Why must I know when I come out of seclusion? After returning from the God of War Palace, the Laozu of the Shen family went into seclusion to break through to a higher level. Before he went into seclusion, he left a message that unless there was an emergency, he was not to be disturbed. But now, not long after he went into seclusion, he was called out. This made him very unhappy. But he also knew that these people must have met with some unsolvable problem. Otherwise, they would not have asked him to come out. Elder Fong took a deep breath and said quickly, Laozu, the Divine Bird Palace has been destroyed. What? The old ancestor of the Shen family was stunned. He could not believe his ears. What did you say? The Divine Bird Palace was destroyed. He was indeed shocked. After all, that was the Divine Bird Palace. It was a dignified rank 6 sect. Moreover, it was a top rank 6 sect, second only to their sovereign clan. In the Sky Martial continent, he was also an overlord. With such strength, it was already good enough that they did not bully others. How could they have been destroyed? Tell me everything you know. Don't leave out a single detail. The old ancestor of the Shen family said in a deep voice. Yes. Elder Fong quickly told him everything he knew. Then, the entire hall fell into silence. Strange, it was too strange. According to Elder Fong, this Divine Bird Palace was exterminated, and no one was able to escape alive. Not only that, but the protective formation and the entire mountain range were completely destroyed. Even the 3 temples of the Divine Bird Palace had disappeared. What was even stranger was that there were only fragments of the palace at the scene. There was not a single corpse, not even a drop of blood. However, the thick smell of blood lingered in the air, indicating that there was definitely blood flowing. However, there was nothing left. It had to be said that this was too strange. Is what you said true? The Shen family's patriarch frowned. Every word is true. There is not a single word that is hidden. I hope that the patriarch can investigate thoroughly. Elder Fong quickly replied. Regarding this, the Shen family's patriarch and the other elders did not doubt him. After all, Elder Fong was the Shen family's information expert. Moreover, as a member of the Shen family, he was very loyal and would not lie to them. Moreover, this kind of thing could not be deceived. Such a big matter, they believed that it would not be long before the entire Sky Martial continent knew about it. Damn it, who did it? They actually destroyed the Divine Bird Palace. How is this possible? This situation is too strange. If the palace master of the Divine Bird Palace was killed, I would believe it. But the dignified divine bird palace, with hundreds of thousands of disciples and countless experts, not a single one was able to escape. This is unbelievable. Yes, not even a corpse was found. Not only that, not even a drop of blood was left. What kind of method is this? The group of elders were discussing. At this moment, the Shin family's third elder said in a deep voice, "The Divine Bird Palace is already a top 6th ranked sect. To be able to destroy it, it must be at least a king family. And there are only a few king families. I guess it must be one of them who did it." "You're saying a king made a move?" The Shin family's great elder also gasped, but even a king would not be able to create such a scene. This scene was too strange. Countless experts, but not a single one escaped. Moreover, there was not a single corpse or drop of blood at the scene. Just thinking about this scene made one's scalp tingle. It was not that they had not seen the methods of a king, but such a strange scene was not something a king could easily create. If one king could not do it, what if it was 3 kings? 3 kings. Hearing the Shin family's patriarch's words, everyone was stunned, then their pupils constricted. "Patriarch, you're talking about Lin Xian." Indeed, if there was anyone who could gather 3 kings in an instant, it would be Lin Xian. Because that day in the palace of Ares, Lin Xian summoned 2 king-level demonic beasts in an instant. In addition, Lin Xian himself had the combat strength of a king level. In the entire continent, only Lin Xian could summon 3 kings in an instant. He was probably the only one who could do it. The Divine Bird Palace and the Duan family had a close relationship. Now that the Duan family was destroyed, the Divine Bird Palace would not be able to escape. Could it really be that brat Lin Xian? Everyone was shocked. If this was true, then things would be troublesome. 3 kings working together was enough to destroy everything. Even the Shin family would not be able to stop them. Unless they joined forces with another king family, they would not be able to compete with Lin Xian. What is he trying to do? Damn it, this brat is too arrogant. What can we do? 3 kings are too terrifying. Everyone was discussing, but the Shin family's patriarch's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Damn this brat, he's too arrogant. What is he trying to do? Revenge? Or unify the entire continent? He could not help but be shocked. For hundreds and thousands of years, the Sky Martial continent had been peaceful. Although there were constant conflicts between the major forces, they were only small skirmishes. Basically, no rank 6 sects were destroyed. Not to mention a top rank 6 sect like the Divine Bird Palace. Therefore, the Shin family's patriarch was furious. In the next moment, he stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Xian, you're too arrogant. Chapter 1472. The Shin family patriarch's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian, you're too arrogant. I don't believe that no one in this world can defeat you. During this period of time, let your people stay here. Don't leave. At the same time, strengthen the defense. If anything happens, immediately activate the defense array. I'll make a trip to the Palace of Ares. I'll be back soon. The Shin family patriarch instructed. Patriarch, you can't. That's right. That kid has 3 kings. Everyone was worried. The Shin family patriarch was the pillar of the Shin family. He could not fall. Don't worry. That kid isn't that arrogant. I believe that the Murong family and Mary Woods have received the news. I think the Murong family patriarch and Mary King will definitely head to the Palace of Ares to ask about it. So, it's fine this time. After giving some instructions, the Shin family patriarch's body swayed and immediately disappeared from the main hall. Then, a bright light shone in the sky. It was like the stars in the Milky Way. The Shen family patriarch's guess was right. Not long after, the Murong family in Merry Woods received the same news. Instantly, the Murong family patriarch and Merry King's faces changed. This news was indeed shocking. The Murong family patriarch and Merry King both thought of Lin Xian. However, the Murong family patriarch knew more. During this period, Murong Qingqing had returned home. Nine-Tailed had also returned. The Murong family patriarch knew that Nine-Tailed had not left at all. Therefore, he was very suspicious of this matter. However, he did not hesitate and immediately headed to the palace of Ares. On the other side, the Merry King gave some instructions and also flew up. In an instant, the three kings all flew towards the palace of Ares. However, the Shen family patriarch was the first to move and he was the fastest. Palace of Ares. Lin Xian was silently cultivating while waiting for the news of the energy stones. Some time had already passed since the energy stones were found. However, there was no result until now. After all, the energy stones he needed this time were too much and too powerful. These things were definitely rare treasures. It was impossible to find them in a short period of time. Lin Xian knew this. Therefore, he waited patiently. However, on this day, the ninth elder rushed over with a piece of news. "Young master, there's a big matter." "What is it? Could it be that you've made some progress on the source of the energy?" "No, it's not the energy source." Elder Jiuzhang shook his head with a grave expression. "Young master, the Divine Bird Palace was destroyed." "What? They were destroyed?" Hearing this, Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. One had to know that that was a top-rank 6 sect. It was incomparably powerful. Moreover, it was their headquarters that was destroyed. The only ones who could do something like that were probably the King clans. Moreover, it had to be a large-scale invasion. Which King clan did it? Why did he attack? Are you clear about these matters? Lin Xian quickly asked. He was too surprised, because he couldn't think of anyone who would attack the Divine Bird Palace. Something big had happened recently, but the annihilation of the Duan clan had long been expected. The grudge between the Duan family and Lin Xian had been going on for a long time, so it was very normal. However, the Divine Bird Palace was different. He hadn't heard of any grudges with anyone recently. The only one was their alliance with the Duan clan. However, if it was someone who attacked, it should be Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't plan to destroy the Divine Bird Palace. He didn't want to cause such a big war. Moreover, that day at the Palace of Ares, he had warned the Divine Bird Palace. He thought that they wouldn't dare to do anything. However, he didn't expect that not long after, the Divine Bird Palace was destroyed. I wonder who did it. However, the situation at the Divine Bird Palace is very strange. Tens of thousands of experts were all killed. Hundreds of thousands of disciples were all killed. No one escaped. In fact, there wasn't a single corpse at the scene, nor was there a drop of blood. Elder Jiu told him everything he knew. What? There's such a thing. Hearing this, Lin Xian also frowned. This matter was too strange. He couldn't understand it, so he called the dark red divine dragon over to ask about it. After hearing this, the dark red divine dragon also frowned. What you said was too strange. This shouldn't be a normal sect extermination battle. The other party was targeting the Divine Bird Palace's martial artists. Could it be that someone on the continent recently cultivated some evil technique? It requires the blood of a strong martial artist. The Divine Bird Palace was destroyed without a drop of blood. This undoubtedly made the dark red divine dragon think of the evil technique that devoured blood. This technique is very terrifying and cruel. If there really is a king secretly cultivating it, I'm afraid it will be a disaster for the Tianwu continent. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's words, Lin Xian's expression turned grave. He knew that the matter was urgent, so he quickly ordered, Elder Zhou, send someone to investigate carefully. You must get to the bottom of this matter. Yes, I'll go now. Elder Zhou turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, an incomparably bright light flashed in the sky. Following that, the entire palace of Ares shook violently as if there was a huge earthquake. Boom! Rumble! Countless thunder boomed. Violent energy appeared in the sky and swept in all directions. At this moment, countless martial artists and elders of the palace of Ares raised their heads to look at the sky. Lin Xian also frowned. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Someone actually dared to attack the palace of Ares. They were courting death. A huge energy storm formed above the palace of Ares. Terrifying thunder boomed in all directions. Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy because he knew that an expert had made a move this time. Fortunately, there was a defensive array. Otherwise, the other party would have directly charged in. This defensive array was different from the previous ones. It was personally modified by the dark red divine dragon. It could automatically defend and could be said to be very terrifying. It was also because of this automatic defensive formation that the mysterious powerhouse was blocked. The other martial artists of the Palace of Ares were also shocked. They didn't expect that someone would dare to behave so atrociously in their Palace of Ares. It wasn't that they were arrogant, but they were confident. Ever since Lin Xian killed Patriarch Duan Jie in front of everyone and destroyed the Duan family, their Palace of Ares' status in the Tianwu continent could be said to have skyrocketed. Even the other sovereign families didn't dare to provoke them. There was no choice. In the entire Tianwu continent, everyone knew that Lin Xian had 3 sovereigns on his side. And if Din Xian was included, that would be 4 sovereigns. There was even Lin Zhan who had yet to come out of seclusion. If all of them came out, that would be 5 sovereigns. No sovereign family dared to provoke such a terrifying force. But now, someone actually dared to barge into their Palace of Ares. How audacious! Just as everyone was guessing who it was that dared to lay their hands on the battle god technique, a cold voice boomed out from the void above. Chapter 1473. Just as everyone was guessing who it was that dared to attack their Ares god of war technique, a cold voice exploded in the sky. Lin Xian, get out here. Don't think that you can block my path just because you have a defensive array. If you provoke me, I'll destroy your Ares palace. This voice was filled with endless rage. Hearing this voice, everyone was in an uproar because they realized that this voice carried a strong aura of a king. It was obvious that this was a king. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Naturally, he could tell whose voice it was. Shen family patriarch, you're courting death. I didn't do anything to you when you targeted me last time. I didn't expect that you would dare to come again. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body swayed and he instantly appeared in the sky. Give me a reason to forgive you. Otherwise, don't even think about going back today. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy and filled with killing intent. The Shen family patriarch seemed even more furious. He sneered, "Kid, don't try to act mysterious in front of me. Let me ask you, did you destroy the Divine Bird Palace?" What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian had a stunned look on his face. He didn't expect the Shen family patriarch to be here for this matter. The martial artists below still didn't know about the Divine Bird Palace because the news hadn't spread yet. Therefore, when they heard that the divine bird palace was destroyed, everyone was in an uproar. No way, the divine bird palace was destroyed. What a joke. That's a 6th grade sect. I'm afraid that only a sovereign family can destroy it. Could it really be the young master's doing? That shouldn't be the case. The young master would definitely inform us if he made a move. But we didn't receive any news at all. Moreover, the young master didn't even leave the Ares palace during this period. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Lin Xian frowned. Are you out of your mind? How dare you suspect me? Stop pretending. On this continent, no one else has this ability except for you. The Duan family patriarch snorted coldly as he stared at Lin Xian. No one else has the ability. I don't think so. The Shen family should have the ability. Lin Xian sneered. According to what you said, I can say that it was you who destroyed Divine Bird Palace and then framed me. You. Hearing this, the Shen family patriarch's body was trembling. To be honest, any sovereign family can destroy the Divine Bird Palace. But what's the Divine Bird Palace? Not a single corpse, not a single drop of blood. How do you explain the thick stench of blood lingering in the air? This is definitely not something a king can do. You should know that when we discovered the situation, it had only been a short while. Even the smell of blood in the air was enough to make people vomit. It's impossible for a king to accomplish such a feat in such a short time. In the entire Martial Heaven continent, only you can join forces with 2 king-level demonic beasts. Now you're telling me that it's not you. How do you expect me to believe you? The patriarch of the Duan family became more and more agitated as he spoke. You destroyed the Duan family because of hatred, but what about the Divine Bird Palace? He's just on the Duan family side. Just for this, you destroyed the entire Divine Bird Palace. That's hundreds of thousands of martial artists. How could you do it? The Shen family patriarch was furious. The Duan family's destruction was a result of karma. They could not blame anyone. After all, the Duan family had massacred the people of the Palace of War Gods. However, the Divine Bird Palace and Lin Xian did not have any direct enmity. Even if it was because he had helped the Duan family, the Palace of War Gods would only take revenge by killing a few elders. They could even kill the palace master of the Divine Bird Palace. But now, hundreds of thousands of martial artists were killed. This was an extremely cruel method. Therefore, the Shen family patriarch could not stand it. I'll say it again. I didn't do it. If I wanted to destroy the Divine Bird Palace, I would have done it when you destroyed the Duan family. There's no need to wait for a second time. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. If it's not you, then who is it? Who else on this continent can condense 3 sovereigns in an instant? The Shen family patriarch's voice was cold. He did not back down at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A powerful aura also surged from his body. The other party was so aggressive and accused him of such a big crime. Of course, he was unhappy. Moreover, he did things openly. He would not deny that he killed them. Just like when he destroyed the Duan family, he would kill them in front of all the experts in the world. If he did not kill them, he would not swallow his pride and let others slander him. Neither side was backing down. It looked like they were about to fight. The atmosphere in the air froze. A terrifying sovereign's aura spread out. Below, the martial artists of the Palace of War Gods trembled. The 9th Elder had already ordered people to prepare the defensive array. However, at this moment, 2 more voices sounded. Both of you, calm down. Stop, don't fight. Accompanied by this loud and clear voice, 2 figures appeared in the sky, blocking Lin Xian and the Duan clan's patriarch. Seeing two more figures appear in the sky, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Because two more sovereigns had appeared. It was Patriarch Murong and the Happy King. The moment Patriarch Murong and the Happy King appeared, they stopped Lin Xian and the Shen family patriarch. At the same time, they quickly said, "Both of you, calm down." "I can't calm down. You two came at the right time. Let's take down this kid together. He's too presumptuous. Does he really think he can kill whoever he wants?" The Shen family patriarch's voice was ferocious. "You want to fight? You can try." Lin Xian did not back down. He took a step forward and sword qi surrounded his body. "Both of you, calm down." The Happy King quickly stopped them. Patriarch Murong also pulled the Shen family patriarch. "Don't fight. This is a little strange. At least I know that the nine-tailed demon fox has been in the Murong family and has not left." "What? You said that the nine-tailed demon fox has not left." This time, it was the Shen family patriarch's turn to be stunned. He did not expect things to be different from what he had expected. However, he was still very suspicious. Therefore, he coldly shouted, "So what? Even if it's him and this four-legged snake, they can do it too." "Fuck, old man, who are you calling a four-legged snake? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death?" The dark red divine dragon was also unhappy. Back then, he had revealed his divine dragon state in front of everyone. However, now, the other party actually called him a four-legged snake. This made him furious. What made him even angrier was that the other party actually dared to frame him. Chapter 1474. Just as the atmosphere became tense again and the two kings were about to fight, another sonic boom came from afar. Again. The warriors below were shocked, thinking that it was another king. But what surprised them was that there was no king's aura this time. The person who came was just an ordinary supremacy. Furthermore, he was a martial artist from the Palace of Ares. "Young master, bad news," the Honorable shouted as soon as he entered the Palace of Ares. But when he saw the five honorables, his body froze in midair. "What's going on? Is someone attacking the Palace of Ares?" "Nothing, we're just discussing something." Lin Xian shook his head slightly, then shot out a gentle light that pulled the Honorable up. "Greetings, young master, greetings, kings." The Honorable from the Palace of Ares said carefully. To be honest, it was his first time seeing so many kings gathered together. The aura they emitted made him feel like the sky was falling. Luckily, Lin Xian's light covered him. Otherwise, the king's aura would have made him unable to stand. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Xian asked in a low voice. The Venerable One slapped his head and only then did he remember that he had something important to report, so he quickly spoke. "Young master, it's bad. The Earth Fire sect has been destroyed." "What?" This time, the five kings in the sky were all stunned. As for the people from the Palace of Gods of War below, they were also stunned and stood rooted to the ground. "The Earth Fire sect has been destroyed. When did this happen? Who did it?" The five kings asked quickly, and the Honorable quickly told them what he knew. The Earth Fire sect was also a sixth-grade sect. But this time, it had been destroyed too. Moreover, the situation was similar to the Divine Bird Palace. The entire sect's foundation had been destroyed, and there was a thick smell of blood in the air. But there was not a single drop of blood in the ruins, nor was there a corpse. It could be said that the strange thing that happened in the Divine Bird Palace had happened again in the Earth Fire sect. Hearing this, Ancestor Murong and the others frowned. Lin Xian snorted coldly and said, "What? Do you still think that I was the one who did it?" Hearing this, the Shin family's patriarch fell silent. This was because it definitely wasn't Lin Xian. He was here, and the Earth Fire sect was in the distant northwest. It was impossible to destroy the Earth Fire sect and return to the War God Palace in such a short amount of time. In other words, this matter really wasn't done by Lin Xian. I was reckless this time. I apologize for what happened before. The old ancestor of the Shin family sighed. Humph. Lin Xian snorted and didn't say anything else. Although he had clarified his relationship with the Palace of Gods of War, this matter was simply too strange. It was obvious that an unknown expert had appeared. Could it be that there are kings in the Martial Heaven continent that we don't know about? Asked Lin Xian. After all, his knowledge of this continent was not as good as the other kings. However, the happy king shook his head slightly. Once one becomes a king, it means that one will become the pinnacle of this continent. It is impossible for such a character to remain dormant for too long. He will definitely stand out. They might even establish a dynasty and family to share this continent. Just like the Duan family. So if there really is a hidden king, it is impossible for us not to know about it. There is another possibility. It is a newly ascended king. However, that is even more impossible. In terms of strength, these new kings are a bit weaker than us old kings. Even with our methods, we are unable to do such a thing, let alone a newly ascended king. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, the happy king was right. The old kings couldn't have been dormant for so long, and the newly ascended kings didn't have such strength. Then who was it that did it? What I am most worried about now is the other party's motive. Was it because of revenge, or something else? If the other party attacked again, who would be the next target? Or did he choose randomly? The kings were thinking so hard that their heads were about to explode. At this moment, the dark red dragon spoke in a deep voice. Don't think about it. It shouldn't be revenge. The situation you are talking about must be some kind of evil cultivation technique that specializes in absorbing the blood of martial artists. It is just that he doesn't care about ordinary martial artists, so he specifically chose this kind of sixth-grade sect. Damn it, who is he? The Shin family's old ancestor gritted his teeth. He had lived for more than 1,000 years, and he had never encountered such a strange thing. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he attacked a king family. Lin Xian's face was also solemn. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing when he was about to leave Tianwu continent. If he couldn't find the culprit and kill him, even if he found the energy stone now, he wouldn't be able to leave in peace. No, we can't go on like this. We have to find him. Lin Xian's eyes were focused. Yes, that's right. We have to find the culprit and kill him. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. The happy king said in a deep voice. The Murong family's old ancestor and the Shin family's old ancestor nodded. Fortunately, when they came out, they had asked the people in their families to open the Great Protective Array. That array was 10 times stronger than the Great Protective Array of the Divine Bird Palace. Even a king wouldn't be able to break it easily. This was also the reason why they dared to come out. Not long after, Din Xian also came. Obviously, he also knew about the situation of the Divine Bird Palace and the Earth Fire sect. The 6 kings entered the War God Palace to discuss. Although they still don't know who the culprit is, from the current 2 cases, the culprit should be in the northwest. Because the Earth Fire sect and the Divine Bird Palace are in the northwest of Tianwu continent. What other 6th rank sects are there in the northwest? Lin Xian quickly asked. The 9th elder also took out a huge map and placed it in front of the 6 kings. Tianwu continent's martial arts were developed, so there were more than 26th rank sections. Just in the northwest, there were 4 6th rank sections. Divine Bird Palace, Earth Fire Palace, Embracing Moon Pavilion and Purple Cloud Sect. Among them, the Divine Bird Palace and the Earth Fire Sect were destroyed, leaving only the Embracing Moon Pavilion and Purple Cloud Sect. In other words, the next target of the mysterious culprit was either the Embracing Moon Pavilion or the Purple Cloud Sect. Since we know his next target, what are we waiting for? Let's move quickly. The Shen family's old ancestor said. Good, we 6 kings can be divided into 2 groups. Dean Xian said, Old Man Shen, you, Old Man Murong and the Happy King will be in a group and go to the Purple Cloud Sect. I, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon will go to the Embracing Moon Pavilion. With the 3 kings joining forces, we can definitely take down the culprit. Hearing this, Old Ancestor Murong, Lin Xian and the others nodded. The Dark Red Divine Dragon said in a deep voice, Don't be too optimistic. From the current situation, the culprit seems to be very fast. Chapter 1475. At the side, the Dark Red Divine Dragon said, Don't be too optimistic. Judging from the current situation, the opponent seems to be very fast. And he's very strong. He can easily destroy a rank 6 sect. We might not be as fast as him. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned serious. Lin Xian looked at the map in front of him and said slowly, Let's do it this way. But if we find that the Purple Cloud Sect and the Moon Pavilion have been destroyed, we'll go to the Golden Blade Sect. You'll go to the Wind and Thunder Hole. Lin Xian pointed at the map and said. Because these 2 rank 6 sects were the 2 sects closest to the Moon Embracing Pavilion and the Violet Cloud Sect. Moreover, these 2 sects were not in the northwest region. They were in the central region, but closer to the northwest. In other words, if the opponent wanted to go to the central region, the first to be attacked would be these 2 rank 6 sects. After coming up with a plan, Lin Xian and the other kings split up. Among them, the Shen family ancestor, Ancestor Murong, and the Happy King were in a group. The 3 of them headed to the Purple Cloud Sect. Lin Xian, the Dark Red Divine Dragon, and Dean Xian were in a group. The 3 of them headed to the Moon Pavilion. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the spiritual boat from before. Then, the 3 of them sat on the spiritual boat and quickly soared into the sky. After he left, the 9th Elder activated the defensive array. Suddenly, the entire mountain range of the Palace of Gods of War was completely covered by the defensive array. Lin Xian was very relieved. These arrays were modified by the Dark Red Divine Dragon and could be said to be very strong. Even a king would not be able to break through them in a short time. Moreover, not only were there defensive arrays, but there was also a peerless killing array. If there was really danger, the 9th Elder and the others could control the peerless killing array to fight against the enemy. Lin Xian moved quickly. On the other side, the Sky Netherbird moved quickly as well. He had destroyed 2 rank 6 sects and obtained a large amount of martial artists' blood. This caused the mysterious rune in front of him to shine brightly. A terrifying power was emitted from the crimson rune. Not enough, not enough. It would be great if I could massacre the 2 king families. The Sky Netherbird's lips curled into a sinister smile. However, he only thought about it and did not act on it. This was because Shao Qin still had an astral chain on him and was unable to unleash its full power. Furthermore, a sovereign clan was much stronger than a rank 6 sect. That defensive formation was much stronger than that of a rank 6 sect. In fact, if a king-level expert were to fight him with a peerless killing formation, it would be very difficult for him to gain an advantage. Humph. I'll let you off this time. Once I've absorbed enough blood and broken through the last astral chain, I'll trample all of you sovereign clans beneath my feet. The heavenly netherbird sneered and flapped its wings. It turned into a black flash and streaked across the sky. His target this time was another rank 6 sect. Purple Cloud sect. It was also a rank 6 sect. The entire sect was located in a mountain range called the Purple Mountain. The Purple Mountain was very strange. In terms of height, it was not the highest, but the mountain range was surrounded by purple clouds all year round. Outsiders and demonic beasts could not enter at all, causing the Purple Cloud sect to be filled with a layer of mystery. Later on, a peerless expert from the Purple Cloud sect used these purple clouds to set up a formation. If an outsider tried to force their way in, they would be lost within and never be able to leave. Therefore, outsiders did not dare to casually barge in. Even a half-step king-level expert had lost his way in the past. However, at this moment, a huge shadow appeared near the Purple Mountain. This shadow was naturally the heavenly Netherbird. Its black eyes were burning as it looked at the Purple Mountain in front of it. However, the Purple Cloud sect martial artists in the mountain range were still unaware of the danger. This was because until now, the news of the Divine Bird Palace's destruction had not spread. Only a few sovereign clans knew about it. Looking at the mountain range surrounded by purple clouds, the heavenly Netherbird snorted in disdain. Then, its wings vibrated and floated in the air. Countless black flames quickly condensed and formed a black fireball in front of it. It was like a black sun, flashing with cold light. This black fireball was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it displayed an extremely powerful force. Countless black flames burned on its surface. The surrounding space was distorted and cracked. In the next moment, the heavenly Netherbird opened its mouth and the black fireball flew out like a meteor. Its target was the Purple Mountain in front of it. The black fireball streaked across the sky, bringing with it endless black flames. Soon, it hit the Purple Mountain in front of it. However, this time, the thick purple clouds were not as magical as the legend said. Instead, it was torn apart by a pair of invisible hands like paper. Wherever the black fireball passed, it was like a hot knife through butter. It directly tore apart the purple clouds in the mountain range. Then, it violently blasted towards the Purple Cloud sect. Rumble. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion rang out. Then, the mountain range in front of it shook violently. Countless mountains collapsed and huge rocks rolled down. The black fireball exploded, forming a boundless energy storm that swept out in all directions. Then, a huge black mushroom cloud quickly rose up. Ah! Many martial artists screamed. Under this energy, their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. They did not even see who the enemy was. The bloody mist seemed to be attracted by something and gathered in the red runes in front of the heavenly Netherbird. This attack directly destroyed the Purple Cloud sect in front of it and killed 80% of the martial artists in the sect. The remaining martial artists of the Purple Cloud sect roared crazily and rushed out crazily, wanting to take revenge. However, when they saw the black mountain-like monster in front of them, they all trembled. The heavenly Netherbird. The martial artists of the Purple Cloud sect trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. They naturally recognized the figure in front of them. It was a peerless beast that shocked the entire Tianwu continent. It had appeared for a period of time before, but it was beaten away. They did not expect it to appear again. A king. This was a true king. And it was incomparably terrifying. The attack just now had directly destroyed the entire Purple Cloud sect. Now, only a few martial artists were still alive. However, these martial artists did not dare to take revenge. In front of the heavenly Netherbird, they did not dare to take action. Therefore, in the next moment, these martial artists wanted to escape, but the heavenly Netherbird did not give them the chance. With a wave of its claws, the martial artists of the Purple Cloud sect all exploded into a bloody mist. After absorbing all the martial artists' blood, the heavenly netherbird flapped its wings and left the place. In front of it, the destructive energy of the purple mountain gradually dissipated. The purple clouds floated up again and slowly enveloped the entire purple mountain. From the outside, it was impossible to see anything strange. Chapter 1476. Not long after, there was another sound in the sky. Then, 3 figures appeared near the purple mountain. These 3 people were the ancestor of the Shin family, Ancestor Murong, and the Happy King. When they saw that the purple clouds had returned to normal, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay," the ancestor of the Shin family said. "This purple cloud is a defensive formation of the purple cloud sect. It's very magical. The whole formation is made of mist and it doesn't dissipate all year round. If someone who doesn't know about it walks inside, he won't be able to get out. It seems that the culprit hasn't come yet, or he has gone to the moon-embracing pavilion." Ancestor Murong also said in a low voice, "No matter what, let's go in first and inform the purple cloud sect to be prepared." Then, the Happy King sent a message inside, and the 3 of them waited in the void. However, after waiting for a while, they found that there was no movement inside. "What's going on? What are those people from the purple cloud sect doing?" The Happy King frowned, looking unhappy. Ancestor Murong also frowned. "Is there a problem?" The ancestor of the Shin family looked serious. "Forget it, let's go in and see." Then, he waved his hand, and suddenly, a shining big hand stretched out, tearing the purple cloud in front of them apart. Although the purple cloud was a large formation and was very powerful, it was not very powerful for a king. Therefore, the Shin family's patriarch and the other 2 quickly passed through the dense purple clouds. Then, they were stunned. The mountain in front of them had been torn apart, and the palace had been destroyed. It was a ruin. Although they couldn't see outside because of the purple cloud, they found that the entire purple cloud sect had been razed to the ground after entering. The ancestor of the Shin family, Ancestor Murong, and the Happy King were shocked because they had only heard about the news of the Divine Bird Palace and the Earth Fire sect. They had not seen it with their own eyes. But now, seeing the state of the purple cloud sect with their own eyes, they were really shocked. Just like the previous news, there was a thick smell of blood in the sky, but the martial artists of the purple cloud sect were all gone. There was not even a drop of blood on the ground. This situation was really strange. "Damn it, we're still 1 step too late." The ancestor of the Shin family's face was abnormally ferocious. "That murderer is too arrogant. He destroyed 3 rank 6 sects in a row. If this continues, I'm afraid that it won't be long before all the rank 6 sects in the entire Tianwu continent are destroyed." This was something that was hard to believe. "Let's go. Let's hurry to the Wind and Thunder Hall," the Happy King said anxiously. This was something they had discussed long ago. If the purple cloud sect was destroyed, they would immediately head to the Wind Thunder Hall. Thus, the next moment, the Happy Prince, Ancestor Murong and the Qin family's ancestor did not hesitate in the slightest. They immediately left the purple cloud sect. However, as soon as they stood up, they saw that the purple clouds in the mountain range before them were gathering together. This is. The 3 of them were stunned and stopped in their tracks. In front of them, the purple clouds tumbled and formed something similar to a light screen. Then, a blurry image appeared in front of everyone. In the image, there was a huge black figure. It was like a black demonic mountain, and there were boundless black flames burning on its body. His wings flapped, covering the sky and the sun. It was extremely terrifying. Upon seeing this figure, the pupils of the Happy King's group contracted, and they cried out in alarm. Heavenly Netherbird. That's right. The huge black figure in the image was the Heavenly Netherbird. In the image, the heavenly netherbird opened its mouth and spat out a black ball of light. It directly flattened the entire purple cloud sect. Then, countless martial artists' bodies split open and turned into blood mist. All of it gathered on the blood-red rune in front of the heavenly netherbird. What? This was all done by the heavenly netherbird. When the three of them saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the mysterious murderer was actually the heavenly netherbird. That damned beast. The last time he came out to wreak havoc, we only chased him away and taught him a lesson. I didn't expect him to be even worse this time. He actually dared to slaughter 3 rank 6 sects. This time, no matter what, we can't let him go. The Chin family's ancestor gritted his teeth. Ancestor Murong was also shocked. I didn't expect that the purple clouds would have a memory function. Fortunately, it recorded what happened at that time. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know who the murderer was. The Happy King's expression was grave. Damn it. This guy's strength seems to have increased again. From the attack just now, I'm afraid that he's much stronger than before. It was true. Ancestor Murong and the others nodded. Naturally, they noticed this point. The heavenly netherbbird's strength had increased greatly. This was not good news for them. Moreover, the other party was obviously absorbing the blood of these martial artists. He must have cultivated some kind of evil cultivation technique. If the other party was able to cultivate it and his strength increased again, they would not be his match at all. Let's go. Let's hurry to the Wind Thunder Hall and stop him. The three of them did not stay any longer. They turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the void. In another direction, at the moon-embracing pavilion. Lin Xian, Dean Xian, and the dark red divine dragon had also rushed over. When they saw the situation at the moon-embracing pavilion, they heaved a sigh of relief. Because the moon-embracing pavilion was still there, nothing unexpected had happened. However, Lin Xian and the others did not let down their guard. If it was not them, then it would be the Purple Cloud sect. Either way, it was either one of the two or the mysterious murderer had not arrived yet. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others entered the moon-embracing pavilion and told them to tighten their defenses. They also told the moon-embracing pavilion what had happened recently. The pavilion master of the moon-embracing pavilion was a middle-aged woman wearing a blue dress. She had a dignified appearance and a mature aura. When she heard the news, her beautiful face turned pale. She did not expect such a big thing to happen. If it was not for the arrival of Lin Xian and the others, she was afraid that she would not know about it for a while. What do we do now? The pavilion master of the moon-embracing pavilion asked anxiously. There was no other way. 2 rank 6 sects had already been destroyed. Especially the Divine Bird Palace, which was a top rank 6 sect. Compared to them, it was much stronger. Even so, it was still easily destroyed. If the murderer targeted the moon-embracing pavilion, they would not be able to hold on. But fortunately, they had Lin Xian and the other 2 kings now. They were not too worried for the time being. However, if these 3 kings left, they would not have any support at all. Don't worry, we have already started to make arrangements. I believe that we should be able to stop the mysterious murderer. If we are safe here, it means that there should be some changes on the Happy King's side. Just as they were talking, the dark red divine dragon suddenly frowned. With a wave of its dragon claw, a palm-sized jade talisman quickly burned and a low voice came out from it. We have found the mysterious murderer. It is the heavenly netherbird. Chapter 1477. With just 2 short sentences, the purple jade talisman was completely burned. This was a sound transmission talisman, used to send messages between martial artists. However, it was very precious and only a few kings had it. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian and the others were all stunned. They did not expect that the mysterious killer was the heavenly Netherbird. The pavilion master of the moon-embracing pavilion screamed, "What? The Purple Clouds sect has also been destroyed." She was too shocked because the Purple Clouds sect and the moon-embracing pavilion were both rank 6 sects. But now, it had also been destroyed. If not for the fact that Lin Xian and the others were kings, the pavilion master of the Blue Moon Pavilion would have thought that the news was a joke. But now, she did not think so. She knew that this was definitely true. A terrifying disaster was about to befall the Sky Martial continent. Because in a short period of time, 3 rank 6 sects had been destroyed and this situation was likely to continue. Lin Xian's expression was grave. "Damn it, it's actually the heavenly Netherbird. Damn, I almost forgot about this guy." The dark red dragon was also unhappy. Last time, he caused trouble and escaped. I didn't expect him to come back this time. This time, we must catch him. Ancestor Murong's gaze was piercingly cold. Indeed, the heavenly Netherbird was too cruel. If it was left alone, a terrifying disaster would befall the Sky Martial continent. As kings, they could not allow such a thing to happen. Next, they could only wait patiently. Because no one knew who the heavenly Netherbird's next target would be. However, according to the other party's flight path and their guesses, it would either be the Wind Thunder Hall or the Moon-embracing Pavilion. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others did not make a move, while the Shen family's ancestor and the other 2 flew as fast as lightning towards the Wind Thunder Hall. However, the situation this time was out of their expectations. Because after the Purple Clouds sect was destroyed, the heavenly Netherbird did not appear again. The Moon-embracing Pavilion and the Wind Thunder Hall were safe and had not been attacked. Lin Xian and the others even waited for a few days, but nothing happened. This made them very suspicious. In order to prevent a worse situation from happening, they could not wait any longer, so they prepared to leave. When leaving, Lin Xian instructed the Moon-embracing Pavilion's pavilion master to let her bring the disciples under her sect and quickly withdraw. This was because no matter what defensive formation they set up, they would not be able to stop the heavenly Netherbird. It was better for them to leave with their disciples. As long as their disciples were still alive, there was still hope. The Moon-embracing Pavilion master also nodded in agreement. To her, this was the only feasible method at present. Therefore, she hurriedly took action while Lin Xian and the others quickly left. This time, they didn't return to the War God Palace. Before Lin Xian and the others set off, they had already discussed that they would meet in a city at the intersection of the northwest and central regions. Giant Tiger City. Lin Xian's group met up with the Happy Kings group. The 6 kings gathered together, their expressions extremely solemn. Then, the Happy King and the others began to carefully inform them of what they knew. That was because the voice transmission from before had only given him a simple reminder and did not mention the details of the situation. Lin Xian and the others listened carefully. After they finished listening, their expressions became even more solemn. Because from this information, the heavenly Netherbird's strength seemed to have become even more powerful than before. It could destroy a rank 6 sect with just a wave of its hand. This kind of means had already surpassed any one of them. Perhaps they could only defeat it if they worked together. Damn it, did it break the star chains? Lin Xian's face was cold. What star chains? The Happy King, Ancestor Murong and the others were puzzled. They did not know what had happened to the heavenly Netherbird before. Therefore, Lin Xian briefly explained what had happened in the Hidden Sky's secret realm. When everyone found out that the heavenly Netherbird had 4 star chains on its body that sealed its strength and defeated it, they were all extremely shocked. They never thought that there would be such a secret. You're saying that the heavenly Netherbird did not display its full strength before? The Shin clan ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air. I'm afraid so. The star chains on the heavenly netherbird's body are extremely terrifying. They can suppress its cultivation. I'm afraid that its strength has increased greatly because it broke the star chains. But it seems that it has not completely broken the chains. Otherwise, it would not have absorbed them. Now that you mention it, I remember that the heavenly netherbird seemed to have a chain on its body in the purple cloud's sex image. The happy king recalled for a moment before he spoke in a deep voice. There's still one more. Lin Xian and the others' expressions were grave. They never thought that this was not the heavenly netherbird's full strength. If it breaks all the seals and recovers its full strength, it will definitely be a disaster for the entire Tianwu continent. Damn it, that guy is too cunning. It won't fight us head-on. It only attacks rank 6 sects. But there are so many rank 6 sects in the entire Tianwu continent. How do we know which one it is? The Tianwu continent is too big. If it hides in any mountain range, we won't be able to find it. The kings shook their heads and sighed. They had no idea what to do now. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before saying, I seem to have an idea, but it might not work. Let me try. Oh. What idea do you have? Ancestor Murong quickly asked. When I was in the Hidden Sky's secret realm, I planted a beast slave seal in the heavenly netherbird's body. I wonder if the seal is still there after such a long time. Let me see. Lin Xian closed his eyes and quickly asked, Zero, is the beast slave seal still there? Can you find the heavenly netherbird's location? The beast slave seal you planted has already been destroyed. But according to the beast slave seal, I found a place where the heavenly netherbird often stays. I can tell you where it is. Zero's cold voice sounded. Where is it? Tell me. Lin Xian was excited. He found that it was very likely the heavenly netherbird's nest in the Tianwu continent. One sub-divine crystal. Zero did not tell him the location. Instead, it gave him a condition. Damn, you're taking advantage of the situation. Lin Xian clenched his teeth. But he had no choice. He could only agree. Okay, here you go. It's in a big canyon in the northwest. I can give you the specific location. Zero said slowly after obtaining a sub-divine crystal. Lin Xian opened his eyes and said, I can sense the place where it usually stays. But I don't know if it will go there this time. The place where it usually stays is its nest. It's very likely that it will go there. Ancestor Murong nodded. It doesn't matter. We have to go take a look. Ancestor Qin said anxiously. Chapter 1478. Alright, let's go then. Lin Xian nodded and the 6 of them flew into the sky. They boarded Lin Xian's spiritual boat and flew towards the northwest direction. Along the way, the 6 of them did not speak. Instead, they quickly adjusted themselves. If they really found the heavenly netherbird, it would be an intense battle. Lin Xian, under Zero's guidance, quickly steered the spiritual boat towards the Grand Canyon. Primeval Forest, Grand Canyon. The heavenly netherbird had indeed returned. After slaughtering 3 rank 6 sects, the blood-red rune in front of it shone brightly and was filled with mysterious energy. Therefore, the heavenly netherbird did not continue to attack. Instead, it returned to the Grand Canyon and used the mysterious rune's energy to refine the star chain. This was a secret technique that could gather powerful energy. However, it required a large amount of blood. It could easily take hundreds of thousands of martial artists. This was why the heavenly netherbird had massacred rank 6 sects. It had no choice. The last star chain was extremely terrifying. It required more energy than the previous 3 chains combined. If the heavenly netherbird used its own energy to refine it slowly, it would take a lot of time. Therefore, it used the mysterious rune. It waved its hand and the mysterious rune shone with a demonic light. Streaks of blood-red runes covered the rune. Then, streaks of blood-red light shot out from the runes like a river of blood. They surrounded the heavenly netherbbird's body and quickly refined the last star chain. On the other side, Lin Xian and the rest flew quickly towards the Grand Canyon. As soon as they entered the primeval forest, their faces became extremely solemn. This was because the primeval forest had already changed. The forest outside was still intact. However, as they went deeper, they realized that it was no longer a forest but a ruin. Countless withered trees and grass covered the area. There was no sign of life. Countless white bones were scattered all over the ground. Most of them belonged to beasts. It was obvious that the spiritual energy of the trees, forests, and beasts had been sucked away. Damn it, this was all done by the heavenly netherbird. It can't be wrong. The Shen family ancestor looked around coldly. It seems like this is its nest. Ancestor Murong's gaze was also sharp. The other party was too despicable. He had actually turned such a primeval forest into a land of death. If they were left alone, who knew how many more places on the Tianwu continent would suffer? Everyone, get ready. He's already very close. He's just below the canyon in front. Lin Xian quickly replied after receiving Zero's reminder. Have we arrived? Upon hearing Lin Xian's warning, the expressions of the happy king and the others became grave, and they secretly circulated their spiritual energy, getting ready to release it at any moment. This time, they had to kill him. The speed of the spirit boat was very fast. It quickly turned into a long rainbow and arrived at the top of the Grand Canyon in no time. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the spirit boat. The happy king and the others didn't say anything because they had already sensed a powerful evil aura below. Clearly, it belonged to the heavenly netherbird. In the canyon below, the heavenly netherbird also stood up. Its huge body was surrounded by boundless black flames. Its eyes were like lightning, directly piercing through the void. A ferocious look appeared on its huge head. Damn humans, you actually chased after us. Since that's the case, I can only kill all of you. The heavenly netherbird coldly snorted. It then flapped its wings and turned into a black torrent as it quickly rushed upwards. In the sky, Ancestor Murong said in a deep voice. Everyone, pay attention. He has already rushed up. Before he finished speaking, he saw a black ray of light, like a meteor, fiercely colliding with the 6 of them. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The huge black figure directly collided with the 6 of them, causing an earth-shattering collision. The entire void exploded, forming a pitch-black hole. A torrent of energy swept across the heavens and earth. This attack was simply too ferocious, and it sent Lin Xian and the other 6 King Realm cultivators flying. In an instant, Lin Xian activated his starry sky armor and quickly retreated. Countless sword chi surged out from his body and wildly slashed forward, destroying the terrifying energy. The others also used their own methods to stabilize themselves. Then, the 6 of them looked forward. Indeed, there was a huge figure there. It was the heavenly netherbird. Damned beast, it's really you. You dare to destroy so many rank 6 sects. Today will be the day you die. You're too presumptuous. The Tianwu continent is not a place where you can behave atrociously. At that moment, the Happy Lord, Ancestor Shin, Ancestor Murong and the others all shouted coldly. Their bodies emitted terrifying energy. Their gazes were like sharp swords that directly pierced through the void and stared at the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird laughed disdainfully. Its pitch-black eyes swept across the 6 of them. Although it was facing 6 kings, it did not show any fear. It seemed that refining the 3 starry sky chains had greatly increased its strength and confidence. This was because if it was facing so many kings, it would definitely turn and run. However, now that it had broken the 3 starry sky chains, it was no longer afraid of anyone. However, in the next moment, its gaze stopped on a figure. Then, the mocking smile on its face disappeared and its entire head nodded ferociously. Damned brat, it's actually you. That's right, the heavenly netherbird stared at Lin Xian. Its eyes flashed with incomparable killing intent. To be honest, it was extremely shocked. It did not expect that among the 6 figures, there was one that it was extremely familiar with. The heavenly netherbird would never forget Lin Xian. This was because in the remote sky's secret realm, Lin Xian had ruthlessly suppressed it. Although Lin Xian had borrowed old Daoist Song Song's strength, the heavenly netherbird could not tolerate it. What was even more despicable was that Lin Xian had planted a beast slave seal in its body in order to subdue it. This was intolerable. Therefore, it had always had one goal in the past few years. That was to capture Lin Xian and kill him. Originally, it wanted to wait until it had broken the last starry sky chain before going on a killing spree to find Lin Xian. However, it did not expect that Lin Xian would take the initiative to come knocking on its door. Brat, I originally wanted to look for you. I did not expect you to take the initiative to come knocking on my door. Since this is the case, I will not let you go. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, it's impossible. I will let you taste the cruelest punishment in this world. The heavenly netherbbird's voice was ferocious and its eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His eyes focused and like a shocking sword light, he charged forward. Boom! Boom! The 2 gazes collided in the air, producing a metallic sound. Then, the entire void trembled violently and many black cracks appeared in the surroundings. If there were other martial artists present, their jaws would have dropped because the auras of these 2 people were too powerful. Just their gazes alone had surpassed all the honorables. What? The strength of a king. Chapter 1479. What? The strength of a king. The heavenly netherbird was shocked. It stared at Lin Xian with killing intent surging in its eyes. Impossible. It's only been a few years and you've already become a king. To be honest, it was indeed shocked. The last time it saw Lin Xian, he was only at the 8th level of the Venerable Realm. However, it had only been 2 or 3 years, and he had already become so powerful. His strength was definitely at the King Realm. But how was this possible? One had to know that it wasn't so easy to break through to the King Realm. Although it knew that some young geniuses could become kings at a young age, that was in the real true spirit world. It wasn't in the martial sky continent. How could there be such peerless geniuses in such a remote place? Even if there were 1 or 2 with terrifying talent, they couldn't keep up with the resources. How could they break through to the King Realm at such a young age? Therefore, the heavenly netherbird was extremely shocked and it saw Lin Xian's strength. Humph, kid, I don't care how you entered the King Realm. With your strength, you're still an ant in front of me. The heavenly netherbbird's voice was cold, and its eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, countless black flames flew out and formed 2 black spears that stabbed towards Lin Xian. The spears were condensed from 9 nether black flames and were extremely terrifying. The black spears pierced through the void and formed 2 pitch black holes. Then, they stabbed forward in a violent and invincible manner. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. This aura was too terrifying. The heavenly netherbird was a peerless beast that had entered the king realm a long time ago. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. It wasn't that Lin Xian hadn't fought with kings before. For example, the Duan clan's ancestor and the Black Dragon sect's leader were both kings. However, their combined auras couldn't compare to the heavenly netherbird. It could be said that the gap between kings was extremely huge. However, Lin Xian wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. He immediately released the dragon sword domain. Instantly, countless strands of sword chi surrounded him and formed a green sword net that enveloped him. Clang! In the next moment, the two black spears collided with the green sword net, creating an earth-shattering sound that reverberated in all directions. Immediately, the ground below cracked, and dozens of black cracks appeared in the sky, quickly spreading in all directions. This attack was too terrifying. Even though Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain, he was still knocked back. Bang bang bang. He retreated continuously, stepping on the void, directly creating black holes in the void, flickering indeterminately. Humph, ant, die. The heavenly netherbird snorted in disdain. On the other hand, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Then, the dragon inside his body roared and let out a loud dragon roar. A huge green dragon quickly flew out from the dragon sword domain and roared as it rushed in all directions. Lin Xian waved both of his hands. A true dragon coiled around his palms and quickly grabbed forward. Whang! The next moment, he grabbed the two black spears. Suddenly, black flames spread on the two black spears, wanting to burn them. However, black flames also surged out from Lin Xian's body. The two flames collided in the air, creating a blazing light. Terrifying heat surged like a volcano, causing the entire void to tremble violently. With a shake of his arms, Lin Xian directly grabbed the two spears and threw them into the sky. His body finally stopped at this moment. This process seemed complicated, but it happened in an instant. When the happy monarch and the others reacted, Lin Xian had already sent the two black spears flying. What? He actually blocked it. The heavenly netherbird was shocked and in disbelief. One had to know that he had recovered more than half of his strength and was no longer in his previous state. Especially the two black spears just now, they were extremely terrifying. An ordinary one-star king would not be able to withstand them at all. However, his opponent had clearly just condensed the king domain, yet he was able to block them. This was too shocking for him. Seeing this, the others also heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, the heavenly netherbird's previous attack had also shocked them. They thought that Lin Xian might not be able to block it, but they did not expect Lin Xian to block it. Damn it, this guy's strength is much stronger than before. Everyone, let's attack together and kill it quickly. Ancestor Murong shouted coldly and then quickly attacked. A long purple saber appeared in his hand, shining with a brilliant light. In the next moment, a shocking saber light lit up, and a purple rainbow flew out. This saber was too terrifying, and a vast power surged in all directions. Accompanied by the purple saber light, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. This saber directly slashed towards the heavenly netherbird. The Shen family ancestor also roared and waved his fists. Golden runes appeared on his body and quickly spread out. They were like the sun, shining with a bright radiance. The happy monarch also snorted coldly and pointed out with his finger. Suddenly, the surrounding wind blew, and the terrifying finger light was like a vast galaxy, intertwined with countless lightning bolts, and instantly flew forward. Lin Xian waved her hand, and a white jade-like hand appeared, as if it could easily tear the sky apart. The dark red divine dragon roared and let out a loud dragon roar. He waved his dragon claws, and suddenly, 2 red wind blades appeared from his hands, forming a cross-shaped saber light that quickly rushed forward. Wherever it passed, the void would quickly shatter. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul in his hand, and a terrifying sword light bloomed from his body. When the sword slashed out, it was like a giant dragon flying across the sky. The aura was extremely powerful, and the sword light was unusually sharp. The 6 great kings attacked at the same time, and their terrifying attacks all enveloped the heavenly Netherbird. "Get lost!" The heavenly Netherbird roared, and suddenly, endless black flames formed around him. This was his 9 underworlds black flame domain, and when it was summoned, the endless black flames burned fiercely, releasing an extremely powerful heat wave. The heavenly Netherbird also pulled out a 9 underworlds demon sword from the 9 underworlds demon flame domain, and slashed in all directions. The terrifying black sword light flashed, and it constantly cut through the sky. In the next moment, an astonishing amount of energy exploded in the sky. Because the 2 sides' attacks collided, the aura was too terrifying, and the sky was instantly annihilated, releasing an incomparably dazzling light. "Humph. Ants, you want to suppress me with just this little bit of strength? What a joke." In the void, the heavenly Netherbird let out a sinister laugh. "What? He's actually fine." The Shen family's ancestor was shocked. "Damn it, how is this possible?" The happy monarch's face was also ugly. The other great kings also had grave expressions. This was far beyond their expectations. One must know that they were 6 great kings, and when the 6 of them joined forces, they could sweep through everything. In the Tianwu continent, no one was their match. But now, even with their combined attacks, they were unable to do anything to the heavenly Netherbird. Chapter 1480. Damn it, I don't believe it. Die! The Shen family ancestor roared as he formed a king's domain around him. In the next moment, he was like a god of war as he waved his fist and punched towards the heavenly Netherbird. That fist carried a blazing light, as if a golden flame was burning, emitting a power that made people's hearts palpitate. The heavenly Netherbird snorted in disdain as it raised its claws and clawed forward. Their palms collided and tens of thousands of rays of light burst out. A terrifying aura was released and the shockwaves caused the surrounding mountains to explode. At the same time, a purple king's domain appeared beside Ancestor Murong. It carried a shocking killing intent as it descended from the sky. The purple king's domain was formed by countless rays of light. It was like a sword domain and was extremely sharp. The purple blade slashed down fiercely. However, the heavenly Netherbird flapped its wings like a black blade and quickly blocked the attack. Clang! Another earth-shattering sound rang out, causing the entire void to boil once again. In an instant, the 6 kings and the heavenly Netherbird were fighting. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. However, the more they fought, the more shocked they became. The heavenly Netherbird was too terrifying. It could actually block the combined attacks of the 6 of them. Moreover, it seemed to be getting stronger as the battle went on. This wasn't good news for them. Because from the looks of it, the heavenly Netherbird strength far exceeded theirs. This was under the condition that the heavenly Netherbird was suppressed by one of the astral chains. If the last astral chain was removed, the heavenly Netherbird would regain its full strength. At that time, the 6 of them would not be able to suppress it. At the thought of this, a hint of determination appeared in the eyes of Lin Xian and the others. No matter what. This time, they had to kill the heavenly Netherbird and not give it any chance to escape. Dragon Sword Domain, Azure Dragon goes to the sea. Lin Xian roared as his black hair fluttered. The dragon sword domain around him shone brightly. Then, the entire dragon sword domain trembled as countless rays of sword chi formed into azure dragons that charged forward. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They were as thick as a mountain and as heavy as 10,000 pieces of gold. They directly crushed the space as they charged towards the heavenly netherbird. Pang pang pang. A low sound could be heard as the heavenly netherbird used its 9 underworld domain to block the attacks. In the next instant, all the black flames on its body began to tremble, and its enormous body began to retreat for the first time. Damn it, that's impossible. How can this kid be so strong? The heavenly netherbird was also shocked because it realized that Lin Xian's power was too strange. In terms of cultivation, Lin Xian was not the strongest, but his battle prowess made his heart go cold. That kind of combat prowess seemed to be heaven-defying. He could not believe it at all. Seeing that the heavenly netherbird was pushed back, the Shen family's ancestor, the Happy King, and the others were overjoyed. They also quickly used their consummate skills to attack the heavenly netherbird. Purple God's Descent. Ancestor Murong shouted. Purple light surrounded his body, making him look like a celestial being. The purple domain around him was also emitting light. Then, purple figures appeared one after another, sitting cross-legged in the void. These people were very devout, constantly chanting some mysterious syllables. These sounds were very strange. It didn't sound like a modern language, but it was very rhythmic. At this moment, there were 10 purple figures sitting cross-legged in all directions, chanting rapidly. Mysterious sound waves surged out and covered the sky, forming a very strange power. The heavenly netherbird was the first to bear the brunt. Its heart trembled, and the blood in its body began to boil. Even the black flames on its body began to dim. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The heavenly netherbbird's face changed again. It realized that it had underestimated the 6 kings. With a roar, the heavenly netherbird raised its ferocious head and shouted. 9 Serenity's Domain, Omnidirectional Demon Ceiling. Suddenly, the 9 Serenity's domain around it began to burn rapidly. Countless black flames surged, forming countless black demonic claws that covered all directions. These demonic claws were very terrifying. Every one of them was incomparably black. Black flames danced on them, and they easily tore through the void. In an instant, the sky and the earth were filled with these black demonic claws. It quickly blasted towards the 10 purple figures in the surroundings. Bang! 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 Terrifying explosions rang out. The 10 purple figures in the sky were blasted apart by the countless black demonic claws. However, at this moment, the Shen family ancestors' attack came again. A golden war god flew out from the Shen family ancestors' king domain and quickly attacked the heavenly netherbird. The golden figure waved its fist. Suddenly, a golden light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The surrounding void quickly collapsed. This fist was too terrifying. It carried with it an indomitable aura. It was like a sun that crossed the sky. Destroy! The heavenly netherbird was furious. It waved the 9 Serenity's demonic sword, bringing with it countless black flames as it slashed out an incomparably black sword chi. Dang! Instantly, the terrifying black sword chi collided with the golden fist, causing an explosion once again. The terrifying power of the collision forced the heavenly netherbird to retreat again. The Shen family ancestor was sent flying by this power. However, it didn't matter. The Happy King attacked again. The kings cooperated very well. They didn't give the heavenly netherbird a chance. One lotus moves the 9 heavens. The Happy King's blue king domain trembled rapidly. Suddenly, countless blue lotuses flew out. These lotuses quickly grew in the sky. They were like mountains as they pressed down. Each lotus was stronger than the last. In the end, 9 lotuses danced in the sky. They were like 9 ancient demonic mountains that pressed down. Suddenly, the void collapsed. Terrifying explosions sounded out, causing people's blood to boil. This scene was too terrifying. The 9 lotuses pressed down on the void as if they were going to crush the heavenly netherbird into a bloody mist. The heavenly netherbird opened its bloody mouth and spat out a small black tower. Suddenly, the small black tower floated in the sky above its head. Thousands of rays of light shone down, protecting its huge body. Bang! 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 The 9 lotuses came one after another, carrying with them millions of kilograms of weight. Shockwaves rolled out like a surging river. The entire world was trembling. The surrounding mountains had already been razed to the ground. Countless large cracks appeared below. It could be said that this ancient forest had already been torn apart by them. You ants, you want to kill me? Laughable. The heavenly netherbird let out a savage cry. The 9 Serenity's demonic sword in its hand swept out in all directions. Big stupid bird, what do you have to be so arrogant about? Watch me slap you to death. The dark red dragon snorted. The other party's attitude was too arrogant. They didn't even put him in their eyes. One had to know that he was an Eastern dragon. In terms of bloodline, he was even stronger than the heavenly netherbird. In the next moment, the dark red dragon moved. Chapter 1481. The 2 red dragons instantly grew to a length of 100 feet, filling up the void. The roar was like thunder from the 9 heavens. Its huge body was filled with boundless energy. The 2 red dragon shadows quickly soared into the sky and slammed into the black light screen in front of the heavenly netherbird. Suddenly, the light screen emitted cracking sounds. In the next moment, the boundless black light screen shattered. The small black tower on top of the heavenly netherbird's head shook as if it was about to break. What? This is impossible. The heavenly netherbird's face changed. It did not expect the other party to be able to break through its defense. Before it could react, the 2 red dragon shadows slammed into its body and sent it flying. Boom! The heavenly netherbird's huge body flew out and smashed into the ground, forming a terrifying crater. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move again. The dragon sword's spiritual domain beside him rumbled and released an incomparable amount of energy. All of this energy surged into Lin Xian's body. Suddenly, countless streams of light revolved around Lin Xian's body as a terrifying amount of energy was emitted from his body. That aura caused the eyelids of the Shen family's ancestor, the Happy King, and the other kings to twitch. That was because the energy was too shocking. Even they felt a sense of trepidation. In front of Lin Xian, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared. The radiance in all directions seemed to be able to crush the entire sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the next moment, Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand and quickly slashed it out. Suddenly, a shocking sword light slashed through the void and slashed downwards. The sword slashed downwards fiercely. On the other hand, the heavenly netherbird roared and quickly counterattacked. Lin Xian roared as well. His black hair fluttered as sword chi surrounded his body. He looked like a sword god as he charged downwards. Below, the heavenly netherbird crawled up from the huge crater. Its body was covered in black flames. It opened its bloody mouth and a black ball of light quickly formed. In the next moment, the black ball of light quickly blasted into the sky. The black flames danced and streaked across the void, carrying with them a terrifying energy that caused the entire sky to tremble. This black ball of light was too terrifying. Not long ago, the heavenly netherbird used this move to destroy the Purple Cloud sect. And now, he was using the same trick to deal with Lin Xian. If he was hit, it would be unimaginable. Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold. He held the dragon-shaped sword in his hand and quickly slashed down. He didn't hold back in the slightest. Rumble. In the next moment, a terrifying sound rang out as the two of them collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. Not only that, but with the two of them as the center, a huge energy storm quickly swept out in all directions. The earth rumbled and the sky collapsed. The terrifying energy was like a tidal wave, crashing in all directions. The black ball of light was quickly split in half by the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Then, the dragon-shaped sword shone with an incomparably bright light and let out a deep dragon roar as it viciously slashed at the heavenly netherbird. Pang! In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere, and black feathers scattered. The heavenly netherbirds' huge body was sent flying again. Not only that, but a terrifying sword wound appeared on his body. This scene was too terrifying. The heavenly netherbird, who was like a demonic mountain, was sent flying, leaving behind a large cloud of blood. "Ah, damn it! I'm going to kill you!" The heavenly netherbird roared in anger. He had never suffered such a loss at the hands of a human before. Moreover, the other party was only a 20-year-old brat. This was unbearable. In the next moment, he flapped his wings and stopped. Black flames danced around his body as he tried to heal his wound and counterattack. But soon, he was stunned. This was because he realized that the sword wound on his body couldn't heal in a short period of time. Not only that, but it seemed to be getting worse. What's going on? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. One had to know that even if it was an attack from a king, with his physique and bloodline power, he could quickly heal. As long as it wasn't a fatal blow. But now, he couldn't heal the sword wound on his body. This wasn't a fatal blow. The heavenly netherbird was furious. He once again mobilized the bloodline power in his body and the black flames on his body and rushed towards the sword wound. But in the next moment, he failed. Although he could heal the wound, the speed was very slow. Moreover, this was under the condition that he used all his strength. "Damn brat, what's going on?" The heavenly netherbird roared. He had never encountered such a strange situation. Even when he fought with old Daoist Song Song, this didn't happen. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art between heaven and earth. The dragon-shaped sword shadow carried boundless sword will. Even a king wouldn't be able to easily destroy that sword chi. It was normal that the heavenly netherbird couldn't heal his wound. In the next moment, Lin Xian walked over with his sword in hand. Beside him, the other 5 kings also attacked, quickly attacking the heavenly netherbird. Damn it! Seeing this, the heavenly netherbird roared angrily. However, he didn't fight back. Instead, he rose from the ground and fled into the distance. "Brat, I'll spare your life this time. The next time we meet, I'll kill all of you. The entire Tianwu continent will submit to me." As he spoke, he turned into a ray of black light and shot into the distance. Not good, he's trying to escape. Seeing this, the Shen family's ancestors' face changed. "Quickly stop him. We can't let him escape." Ancestor Murong also shouted coldly. Purple chi floated around his body, forming countless large hands that grabbed forward. They had no choice. The heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. Now, the 6 of them had to work together to injure him. If he broke the last starry chain and recovered to his peak state, the 6 of them might not be able to fight him. Therefore, they had to stop him. At this moment, Lin Xian and the other 5 didn't hesitate. They attacked with all their strength to kill the heavenly netherbird. However, Tian was determined to escape. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to activate his bloodline power and even burn his spiritual energy. He turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the sky. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it, he still escaped. Ancestor Murong and the others were anxious. Lin Xian also had a heavy heart. If they let him escape this time, it would be difficult to kill him in the future. Therefore, they didn't give up and chased him all the way. But in the end, they still couldn't catch up to the heavenly Netherbird. The other party was like a shooting star, extremely fast. Lin Xian and the others couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Xian and the others flew with all their strength. Even when the Shen family's ancestor burned his spiritual energy, they still couldn't catch up. Ah! Damn it! The Shen family's ancestor roared to the sky. The happy king and the others had grave expressions because they had lost their best chance. Chapter 1482. Lin Xian and the other kings returned without success, but a gust of wind blew across the Tianwu continent. Because the news of the Divine Bird Palace, Earthfire sect and Purple Cloud sect being annihilated had finally spread. This news shook the entire Tianwu continent. Shock, incomparable shock. No one dared to believe it because it was too inconceivable. But in the end, the King family came out and confirmed the authenticity of the news. Immediately, everyone's head exploded. One had to know that those were 3 rank 6 sects. They were the strongest forces other than the King family. But now, they were annihilated. And 3 of them were annihilated at once. Who the hell did it? Could it be a King family? Everyone was shocked and guessed. Because in their opinion, only a King family could annihilate a rank 6 sect. But this result was still out of their expectations because they heard that the heavenly Netherbird had appeared again. And these 3 rank 6 sects were annihilated by the heavenly Netherbird. What? The heavenly Netherbird. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked. They knew about the existence of the heavenly Netherbird because a few years ago, the heavenly Netherbird had caused a ruckus. But that time, it was beaten away by a King family. Who would have thought that the heavenly Netherbird would appear again? Not only that, but it also brutally annihilated 3 rank 6 sects. In an instant, the world was in panic. Especially the remaining rank 6 sects, they all sought the protection of the King family. Because from the current situation, the heavenly Netherbird seemed to only attack the rank 6 sects. If that was the case, then the remaining rank 6 sects were in danger. Lin Xian, Din Xian, the Shen family ancestor and the other kings discussed and decided to come out together and command the entire Tianwu continent to resist the heavenly Netherbird. There was no other way. This time, the 6 of them had joined forces and barely injured the heavenly Netherbird. But they still let the heavenly Netherbird escape. The next time the heavenly Netherbird appeared, it would definitely be in peak condition. And at that time, whether they could defeat the heavenly Netherbird was still unknown. So now, they had to gather the strength of the entire continent. But although the situation was bad, they still had hope. Because the 9-tailed demon fox and Lin Zhan had not come out of seclusion yet, but he might come out soon. Of course, this was the thought of the Shen family's patriarch, the Happy King, and the others, but the dark red divine dragon didn't think so. Judging from the previous situation, that fellow's cultivation has already reached the level of a 2-star king. This is still not his peak strength. On our side, all of us are 1-star kings, and the best is only at the late stage of 1 star. If we allow him to recover his full strength and engage in a battle of life and death, we have no chance of winning. What? A 2-star king? Ancestor Murong, the Happy King, and the others were shocked. Even though some of them were over 1,000 years old, and some had entered the king realm for a few hundred years, all of them were 1-star kings without exception, and they hadn't broken through. Even though the heavenly Netherbird was being suppressed, it was still a 2-star king. Who knew how terrifying he would be when he removed the last astral chain? There was only one thing that they were certain of. If the other party was at his peak state, none of them would be able to resist. Then what should we do? Ancestor Murong and the others looked gloomy. Won't subdivine crystals work? Lin Xian asked. He wanted to use subdivine crystals to increase the cultivation of the 6 people. Although subdivine crystals are miraculous and can indeed increase the cultivation of a king, the amount of subdivine crystals needed to go from 1 star to 2 stars is an astronomical figure. The little bit you have is not enough. You can't even make a breakthrough for one person. The dark red dragon shook his head. If I was at my peak state, how could it be so troublesome? The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. Obviously, he had already surpassed a 2-star king when he was at his peak state. However, he had already lost his dragon origin, and was only a 1-star king. Even if he had many secret techniques, he wouldn't be able to contend against the heavenly Netherbird at his peak state. Since strength isn't enough, then we'll make up for it with numbers. Including Nine-Tailed, we have a total of 7 kings. Lin Xian said, Ruffian Dragon, hurry up and create some king-killing formations. Our king families will be responsible for providing the materials. Then, find some elite half-step kings and have them control these killing formations. This way, we should be able to match a 1-star king's battle strength. Hearing this, the dark red dragon sighed. It seems like that's the only thing we can do. The Shen family ancestor, Happy King, and the others nodded. They knew how serious the matter was, and they couldn't hide it any longer. Moreover, they knew that this period of time was safe. The heavenly Netherbird would definitely refine the starlight chains and wouldn't have time to retaliate. Thus, they could use this period of time to set up defenses. Since they had come to an agreement, the 6 kings went back to make arrangements. Of course, they also joined hands to make an announcement to the entire Tianwu continent. The content of the announcement was about the heavenly Netherbird situation and the dangers of the Tianwu continent. They also called for all heroes to gather together and resist the heavenly Netherbird. With a single announcement, the entire continent moved. They didn't expect the situation to be so serious that even the 6 kings couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, everyone's hearts sank and their scalps went numb. Originally, they thought that as long as all the king families joined hands, they would be fine. However, it seemed that things weren't that simple. If it were that simple, these kings wouldn't have joined hands to make an announcement and gather all the heroes of the continent. The entire Tianwu continent was abuzz with discussion. Everyone was extremely nervous. After Lin Xian and the others returned, they started to mobilize all the resources. They were fighting against the heavenly Netherbird for time. The War God Palace, Murong family, Shen family, Merry Forest, Immortal Martial Academy, and all the other king families moved quickly. They quickly gathered a large amount of resources and provided them to the dark red dragon so that he could set up the king-killing array. Not only that, but they also sent their own array masters to help the dark red divine dragon. Apart from that, the top experts of the various rank 6 sects were also gathered together for a discussion. In a short period of time, the top forces of the Tianwu continent were all mobilized. After gathering enough materials, Din Xian, Happy King, and the others gathered together again. This time, Ancestor Murong even brought the 9-tailed beast. A total of 7 kings gathered together. Apart from that, there were also the elders of the various king families, the sect masters and elders of the rank 6 sects and other half-step kings. Chapter 1483. Due to the geographical location, everyone gathered at the Palace of Gods of War this time. In the most glorious hall of the Palace of Gods of War. At this moment, it was filled with countless experts. At the front was Lin Xian, the happy king, and the other kings. The hall was very noisy as everyone was discussing. Is the heavenly netherbird really that strong? No way. Wasn't it beaten away by the kings last time? How did it become so strong this time? Who knows? The heavenly netherbird is an ancient demonic beast and is very scary. Maybe it has mutated. All the experts were discussing because they knew the situation was urgent. However, they had no idea how scary the heavenly netherbird was. In front, Ancestor Murong, Ancestor Shin, the happy king, Lin Xian, and the others were also discussing quickly. Ancestor Murong said, Lin Xian, this is your palace of gods of war, so you should preside over this meeting. The other emperors nodded their heads too. Although Lin Xian was still young, his combat strength was not inferior to theirs. In fact, he was even stronger. Moreover, this was the palace of gods of war. As the young master, Lin Xian's reputation was very high. Therefore, he was the most suitable person to preside over this meeting. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Xian nodded his head seriously. He knew the situation was urgent, so he did not stand on ceremony. Then, he took a step forward, looked down, and said in a clear voice. I know that everyone has a lot of doubts. I also know that you're making a big fuss out of nothing. Let me show you something first. After you've seen it, I think you'll understand everything. Below, countless experts quietened down and listened to Lin Xian's speech. Then, Lin Xian waved his hand. Suddenly, purple fog spread out and formed a huge light screen in the sky. This fog was naturally the fog outside the purple cloud sect. However, Lin Xian had taken a part of it. Because the scene of the heavenly netherbird destroying the purple cloud sect was recorded by the purple mist, Lin Xian took it away. At this moment, he took it out and showed it to the powerful beings in the palace. What is that? Everyone was puzzled as they looked up. However, they quickly calmed down. The fog in the sky churned and gradually condensed into pictures. Then, a huge figure as black as ink appeared on the screen. That's the heavenly netherbird. Everyone exclaimed when they saw this figure. The scene inside. Isn't this the purple cloud sect? Someone recognized the mountain range and immediately cried out in alarm. No one answered them, but in the next moment, the scene changed rapidly. The heavenly netherbird condensed a black ball of light and blasted forward. Instantly, the entire purple cloud sect was razed to the ground. What? It was destroyed in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Many of them were pale and their legs were trembling. Shocking, it was simply too shocking. Because in their imagination, even if the heavenly netherbird had destroyed 3 rank 6 sects, it would have taken a lot of effort to do so. But now, they knew how laughable their idea was. One attack, just one attack, and the heavenly netherbird had destroyed the purple cloud sect. This terrifying method was something that even the kings present could not do. Is this real? I'm not dreaming, right? Damn it, how can the heavenly netherbird be so powerful? Could it have surpassed the king realm? Exclamations rang out one after another. Everyone was shocked, and the sect leaders and elders of the rank 6 sects were pale. According to the situation on the screen, if the heavenly netherbird attacked any of the rank 6 sects, it would easily succeed. And they would not have any power to resist. The elders of the king families also widened their eyes in disbelief. This was because they knew the power of a king realm expert. This method was something that even their ancestors could not do. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not dare to believe it. Lin Xian continued, Everyone, now you understand why I've gathered all of you here, right? This is only one of the scenes that you saw. After that, the 6 of us worked together to find the heavenly netherbird and engaged in an intense battle with it. At this moment, everyone was silent. They pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Lin Xian continued, the 6 of us gave it our all and fought with the sky netherbird. In the end, we managed to injure it. However, it managed to escape. Hearing this, everyone was confused. 6 kings working together to injure the heavenly netherbird. Wasn't this a good thing? This meant that the heavenly netherbird could not compete with the 6 kings. If it dared to come again, wouldn't the 6 kings be finished? This was what everyone was confused about. But then, they understood. Lin Xian continued, although we injured the heavenly netherbird, it escaped in the end. Furthermore, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the heavenly netherbird was not at its peak. There was a mysterious chain on its body that suppressed its cultivation. What? It was not at its peak. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Destroying a rank 6 sect in one strike and fighting against 6 kings alone. Such heaven-defying battle strength was not at its peak. If that was the case, the heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. The heavenly netherbird slaughtered 3 rank 6 sects to use the blood of those hundreds of thousands of cultivators to refine the astral chain on its body. Once it succeeds, it will return to its peak state. At that time, even if we work together, we will not be its match. That was why everyone was gathered here to defend together. Hearing this, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe that the situation was so serious. Even the 6 kings working together were not its match. What realm has the heavenly netherbird reached? Has it surpassed the kings? An old voice sounded from the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw a familiar figure. It was an old man with an ancient sword on his back. He was tall and straight, and his eyes were sharp. The Sword Sovereign. As a top-rank 6 sect, the deity Sword Villa would not be absent. The Sword Sovereign was the one who asked the question. Yeah, what realm is it at? How can it be so terrifying? Everyone else spoke out. Because the heavenly netherbird strength had exceeded their understanding. Let me explain. The dark red dragon stood out. Let me explain the king realm to you. Hearing this, everyone quieted down and listened carefully. The king realm was too mysterious. There were only a few kings in the Tianwu continent, and they could not see them normally. Chapter 1484. The King Realm is also divided into 9 stages, from 1 star to 9 star. Every stage will have earth-shattering changes. It can be said that the gap between each stage is enormous, far beyond your imagination. All the kings here are 1-star kings, and the heavenly netherbird was a 2-star king back then, and that was when it was suppressed. If it had removed the restriction, it might have become a late-stage 2-star king. What? Everyone gasped in shock. They didn't expect the king realm to be divided into 9 stages, and everyone here was only a 1-star king. But the heavenly netherbird was already a 2-star king, and might even be stronger. Is the gap really that big? An elder asked with a trembling voice. The dark red dragon shook its head. Let's put it this way. Do you remember the Duan clan's ancestor? He had just entered the King Crystal realm, so to be exact, he was an early-stage 1-star king. Lin Xian was also a 1-star king, but what happened in the end? He was killed so easily. And this is only the gap between 1-star kings. Can you imagine the gap between 1-star kings and 2-star kings? If the heavenly netherbird recovered to its peak state, it could easily kill any of the kings here. Even if the 7 of us work together, we only have a 20% chance. What? Only 20%? Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb, and despair appeared in many people's eyes. However, you don't have to worry too much. We've gathered all of you here to discuss countermeasures. Next, we'll create some peerless killing formations. These formations are very powerful, equivalent to a 1-star king's battle strength. As long as we create a few more king-killing formations, we can work together and attack together. At that time, we might be able to kill the heavenly netherbird. What? King-killing formation. There's such a killing formation. Everyone was shocked. Even the array masters opened their mouths in disbelief. A killing formation comparable to a 1-star king's. How heaven-defying must one be to create such a formation? These array masters were simply too shocked, because they had never heard of such a powerful killing array. However, after confirming that this was true, they looked at the dark red dragon, which was emitting a scarlet light like a rabbit. Excitement, this was simply too exciting. These array masters had spent their entire lives researching array formations, to the point of obsession. Now that they had heard of such a powerful king-killing formation, how could they let it go? These array masters decided that after the meeting, they must participate in the creation of the killing array. They must not miss this opportunity. What happened next was very simple. The dark red divine dragon was in charge of the king's killing array, and those array masters surrounded him at this moment, creating the king's killing array with him. The others didn't stay idle either because the dark red divine dragon also took out some combination martial arts. These combined martial arts were extremely powerful. At this moment, they were being used by the leaders of the rank 6 sects, as well as the peerless experts, to train together. He hoped that it would be of use in the future battles. Next, everyone began to get busy. The dark red dragon and a group of array masters quickly set up the king-killing array. Even Lin Xian joined in. As for the Shen family ancestor, the Happy King, and the other kings, they were instructing the martial artists and half-step kings of the 6th grade sects so that they could quickly complete the formation. It could be said that these people were the peak experts of the martial sky continent. If they failed, the sky martial continent would truly be finished. Therefore, these experts also knew that and cultivated with all their might. Just like this, a month passed. During this month, all the martial artists of the martial sky continent were anxious. This was because they were worried that the heavenly netherbird would attack at any moment. However, the heavenly netherbird didn't appear at all during this month, which allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Some people even guessed that the heavenly netherbird might not appear again. However, 5 days later, news came from the northwest that the heavenly netherbird had appeared again. This time, it was extremely violent and had directly destroyed dozens of rank 5 sections. Moreover, it was extremely violent and was rapidly charging towards the center of the martial sky continent. What? It appeared again. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked once again. Immediately, countless martial artists crazily rushed towards the various king families, seeking protection. This was because at this time, only the king families could protect them. Even the rank 6 sects couldn't protect themselves. The news of the heavenly netherbirds' appearance was like a plague, quickly spreading everywhere. Not long after, it spread throughout the martial sky continent. Lin Xian and the others also received the news. Immediately, the other kings, half-step kings, and peerless experts in the Palace of War all became nervous. This was a crucial moment. If they won, then everything would go smoothly. If they lost, then the martial sky continent would suffer an unimaginable disaster. In other words, the future of the martial sky continent was in their hands. Lin Xian, how many king-killing arrays have you completed? Dean Xian and Ancestor Murong quickly flew over to ask. Time is too tight, only 3 have been completed. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Indeed, to complete 3 king-killing arrays in a month's time was already very good. After all, every king-killing array wanted to be a one-star king for a short period of time. 3 is already quite a lot. Ancestor Murong nodded. They had 7 kings and 3 king-killing arrays, which was equivalent to 10 one-star kings. They should be able to contend against the heavenly Netherbird. Since you're ready, then let's go. Ancestor Murong said in a deep voice, that beast has already started to cause trouble everywhere. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the kings gathered together and gathered all the peak experts. Everyone, no matter how much we don't want to believe it, this moment has finally arrived. Although Lin Xian was young, his voice was very firm. The success or failure of this battle not only concerns our lives, but also the safety of the entire continent. If we win, then everything will be fine. But if we lose, then the Martial Sky continent will become hell. Therefore, we cannot lose this battle. At the end, Lin Xian clenched his fists and became very emotional. A terrifying aura surged from his body. Believe in us, we will definitely succeed. No matter if it's for us, for the people of the Martial Sky continent, or for our clansmen, families, relatives, and future generations. Everyone, draw your swords. Let's fight together. With a clang, Lin Xian drew his Lone Star sword and pointed it to the sky. Kill. At the same time, the other 6 kings also shouted loudly and a terrifying aura filled the sky. Kill. In the square below, countless peak experts shouted together. Everyone was extremely excited. A terrifying killing aura surged from their bodies and connected with each other in the sky. It formed a pitch-black cloud. Kill. For ourselves. Kill. For our clansmen. Kill. For the people of the world. Chapter 1485. Then, Lin Xian took the lead and rose from the ground. He turned into a beam of sword light and rushed into the sky. Behind him, the 6 kings also flew into the sky. In the next instant, countless peerless experts and sect elders all flew into the sky and followed the 7 kings. At this moment, their blood was boiling. At this moment, their battle intent was soaring. These people were the peak martial artists of the Tianwu continent. Now that they were gathered together, they were like a sharp sword that streaked across the sky and attacked the heavenly Netherbird. As for the remaining elders and martial artists, they were not idle either. They joined forces with the various king families, the rank 6 sects, and the heroes of the world. They worked together to bring the martial artists of the small sects and ordinary citizens to a safe place for protection. Of course, the Tianwu continent was too big and had too many people. They were unable to protect everyone and could only do their best. However, the king families also spread the news that the 7 kings and countless experts were killing the enemy. They told them to wait quietly and confidently. What? The 7 kings and countless experts went to kill the heavenly Netherbird. Is that true? That's great. Not only that, but I heard that there are also 3 peerless killing arrays. It's like having 3 more kings. What? Is that true? 10 kings can definitely kill the heavenly Netherbird. At this moment, all the martial artists of the Tianwu continent received this news. They all clenched their fists, extremely excited. They believed that this battle would definitely succeed. Everyone calmed down and waited for the news of victory. On the other side, Lin Xian, the happy king, and the other peerless experts were chasing after the heavenly Netherbird. This time, the heavenly Netherbird was especially arrogant and did not hide his tracks. Thus, they easily found the heavenly Netherbirds' tracks and rushed over with all their might. In the end, the 2 sides met. The heavenly Netherbird was incomparably terrifying. Its entire body was covered in flames, releasing a scorching heat. When it opened and closed its eyes, it brought with it a monstrous pressure. There were no longer any astral chains binding its body. Clearly, it had successfully recovered to its peak. Although Lin Xian and the others had expected this, seeing it with their own eyes still made their hearts heavy. That was because the peak heavenly netherbird was absolutely terrifying. Looking at Lin Xian's group of 7 in front of it and the human martial artists behind it, the heavenly netherbird laughed with disdain. "Lowly ants, you dare to stop me?" The heavenly netherbird sneered in disdain. "Since you're here to die, I'll fulfill your wishes." At the end of his words, Heaven Yuqing coldly snorted. Suddenly, the black flames on his body surged into the sky, and a terrifying aura swept through the world. This aura was simply too frightening, causing all the peerless experts behind Lin Xian to tremble as if they were about to fall from the sky. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the other kings also snorted coldly. Powerful auras surged from their bodies as they blocked the heavenly netherbird. Of the king of the heavenly of the netherbird of the heavenly netherbird. The netherbird heavenly netherbird, King S. Netherolf the of the kings. If it weren't for these 7 kings, they probably wouldn't even be able to resist the heavenly netherbird's aura of the netherbird of the heavens. How powerful! In the crowd, the sword venerable clenched his fists. His body was trembling, and his eyes were shining brightly. To be honest, he was too excited. Becoming a king tier was his life's goal. Although he had no hope of achieving it in this lifetime, at the final juncture, to be able to battle with such a terrifying and peerless monster, even if he died, he would have no regrets. Another king tier. No wonder they dared to come looking for trouble with me. However, with just this bit of strength, it's simply not enough in front of me. The heavenly netherbird snorted coldly. Then, the void trembled and a black claw reached out. The hand was pitch black, like a devil's claw reaching out from hell. It tore through the void and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian and the others. This aura was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it covered the sky like a dark cloud. It carried terrifying black flames as it quickly slammed down. Boom! Immediately, the void collapsed, creating a terrifying scene. Attack! Lin Xian shouted coldly. Suddenly, his body emitted a dazzling light. A sharp sword aura soared into the sky as if it wanted to cut through the sky. Along with it, countless lightning bolts fell in all directions. This terrifying sword aura shocked everyone. Then, the 6 kings beside him roared together and quickly counterattacked. Behind them, the peerless sovereigns also moved quickly. Among them, Lin Xian's body was quickly covered with the astral battle armor. His body emitted a blue light as he stood in the void. Around him, the dragon sword domain was formed. It emitted a dazzling light, making him look like a war god. Beside him, Ancestor Murong, Ancestor Shin, the Happy King, and the others also activated their king domains. Behind him, 9 half-step kings let out long roars and activated 3 king killing arrays, also rushing over at high speed. As for the remaining exalteds, they rapidly retreated and flew in all directions. They didn't run away. Instead, they stood in specific positions and formed a very strange array. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that it was an 8-star array. It completely enveloped the heavenly netherbird, Lin Xian, and the others. In the next moment, Lin Xian moved. With a clang, the lone star sword was unsheathed. It drew a dazzling light in the void, illuminating all directions. He slashed out with his long sword and pointed it at the heavenly netherbird. His battle intent surged and stirred up the clouds. A streak of sword chi shot out, transforming into a shocking rainbow that rolled over. This sword was too terrifying. Along with the power of the dragon sword domain, it was like a vast blue ocean that filled the entire void. The terrifying sword aura quickly slashed out and enveloped the heavenly Netherbird. At the same time, the other 6 kings also quickly attacked. Dazzling light blasted forward. 10 purple figures were like gods and demons. They quickly flew in the void and charged toward the heavenly Netherbird. On the other side, a golden giant rose from the ground. It was as if he wanted to crush the heavens and earth. He waved his golden fist. Dazzling light shone in all directions as he charged forward. 3 red dragon shadows rushed into the sky. They were hundreds of feet long and overturned rivers and seas. 9 blue lotuses flew out. They were like demonic mountains, each stronger than the last. They quickly pressed downwards. Din Xian also attacked mercilessly. A jade-white palm pierced through the void and slammed toward the heavenly Netherbird. At the same time, 9 tails also moved. The 9 tails behind him danced and turned into 9 blood-red arms. They bared their fangs and claws and covered the sky. At this moment, the 7 kings displayed their unparalleled elegance. They all used their ultimate skills to attack the heavenly Netherbird. A bunch of ants. Die! The heavenly Netherbird roared. Its body burned with flames. Beside it, the 9 Serenity's domain quickly appeared. Chapter 1486. In the next moment, the 9 Serenity's domain shook as countless black longswords flew out like a rain of light, stabbing towards Lin Xian and the others. Countless attacks collided in the air, creating a terrifying explosion. Vast amounts of energy swept out in all directions, causing the void to collapse. It was too terrifying. Without the suppression of the star chains, the heavenly Netherbird had recovered to its peak state. Powerful. It was fighting against 7 kings alone, and it was not at a disadvantage. Even Lin Xian and the others were forced back by the black killing sword. What? How can it be so strong? The surrounding martial artists were shocked by this scene. This ignited their killing intent even more. Following this, they roared towards the sky and quickly activated the array. As for the 9 half-step kings, they activated their peerless killing array and charged toward the sky Netherbird. The array was extremely terrifying. At this moment, it was activated and emitted a bright light. Waves of terrifying killing intent pierced through the heavens and earth. Terrifying sword chi spread out for 3,000 miles and quickly surrounded the heavenly Netherbird. Boom! 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 The void trembled as the 3 kings' killing arrays displayed their powerful battle strength. The sword chi was like a ray of light as it quickly slashed towards the heavenly Netherbird. The heavenly Netherbird sneered as it waved its claws, and the 9 Serenity's demonic sword swept out. Black flames intertwined as the pitch-black sword chi surged in the void like a river, blocking all the attacks of the 3 killing arrays. What? So strong. The 9 half-step kings were in the array. This was their first time fighting with a king, and they were extremely shocked. Especially the black flames. Although they were separated by the king's killing arrays, they still felt a sense of fear. It was as if they would be burned to ashes at any moment. This energy was too terrifying, and they had no choice but to quickly retreat. The 3 kings' killing arrays formed a triangle and quickly retreated like shooting stars. Want to leave? The heavenly Netherbird sneered as it stretched out a black palm and grabbed forward. Just a few half-step kings, and you dare to show off in front of me? You're courting death. Rumble. The black palm slapped down, covering the sky and earth with the light of martial arts competition. It looked like the 3 kings' killing arrays were about to shatter. At this moment, the peerless experts in the surroundings moved. After setting up the formation just now, they had already activated an extremely terrifying formation. Now that it was activated, heaven and earth immediately collapsed. This formation was called the Eightfold Formation. It was imparted to them by the dark red divine dragon and was extremely terrifying. There were a total of 3,000 people participating in this formation, and they were all top-notch experts. They split into 8 different directions and quickly activated the formation. Instantly, doors with blinding light appeared in 8 different directions. Terrifying attacks surged out from these doors. In the sky, 8 rays of light lit up like 8 suns, incomparably brilliant. Among them, countless red flames flew out from the southern door, covering the sky and covering the earth. With blazing heat, they collided with the pitch-black hand. Boom! When the two collided, crackling sounds could be heard, and the entire void became extremely distorted. This attack delayed the giant black hand, allowing the 3 kings to successfully escape. Humph! When the heavenly netherbirds saw this, it snorted coldly. The pitch-black hand that covered the sky shone brightly again. Countless black flames burned fiercely and continuously slapped in all directions, extinguishing the terrifying sea of flames. At the same time, 7 other bright lights flew out from 7 different directions. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice. The 8 different elemental energies intertwined in the sky, forming a long rainbow that slashed downwards. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the terrifying divine rainbow slashed down on the black hand and immediately sent it flying. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Not only was the heavenly netherbird surprised, but Lin Xian and the others were also extremely shocked. This was simply too unbelievable. One had to know that the heavenly netherbird was extremely terrifying. It was a late-stage 2-star king, and even Lin Xian and the others combined could not suppress it. However, this mysterious formation had actually sent the heavenly netherbird's attack flying. It was simply too shocking. Ruffian dragon, what kind of formation is this? It's so magical. Lin Xian was greatly surprised. I also did not expect the Eightfold Formation. The divine dragon Anais shook his head. The power of this formation had also exceeded his expectations. Subsequently, the dark red divine dragon seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead. In the next moment, he exclaimed, "Damn it! We've been tricked." Tricked? What do you mean? Lin Xian and the others were puzzled and quickly asked. The dark red divine dragon said, "I thought that he was a late-stage 2-star king, but now it seems that he is not. He is not a late-stage 2-star king, but a middle-stage 2-star king." What? You're saying that he has become weaker? No, he was just bluffing before. I think that he must have used too much energy to break the star chains. Although the chains are no longer suppressing him, the energy in his body has not recovered. Does this mean that we have a chance to kill him? Lin Xian and the others were excited. That's right. This should be a good opportunity. Our chances of winning will increase by 20%. Then what are we waiting for? Let's attack together and kill him. Lin Xian roared as he stood in the void in his astral armor. He held the killing sword in his hand as his black hair fluttered in the wind. His entire being was extremely sharp. Around him were the other 6 kings. Each of them had an imposing aura that made one's heart tremble. At this critical moment, the 7 of them unleashed their full strength and prepared to kill the heavenly netherbird. The aura of the 7 of them was too powerful. Unparalleled light exploded from each of their bodies, connecting the heavens and earth. These lights flickered and shot into the clouds, connecting together in the sky. It was like 100,000 mountains that pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Subsequently, the 7 kings stepped forward at the same time. Boom! Every step they took caused the heavens and earth to tremble. An extremely terrifying power surged out from the 7 of them and blasted towards the heavenly Netherbird. This power was too terrifying. Even the heavenly Netherbird's expression changed. He roared as he slashed the 9 darkness demonic sword towards the sky. At the same time, a low and hoarse voice sounded. 9 darkness demonic sword, turn into flames. With me as the source, I will split open the heavens. This voice was extremely low and carried with it a mysterious power that made everyone's scalp tingle. Following this voice were countless bolts of black lightning. Kaboom! In the next moment, a huge bolt of black lightning streaked across the sky and pierced through the void, forming a black hole. The black hole did not disappear. Instead, it spun rapidly and formed a black vortex. Countless black flames surged out from the vortex and flew towards the 9 darkness demonic sword. Balls of flames were incomparably black and carried with them a mysterious power. It was as if they had flown out from hell. The 9 darkness domain around the heavenly Netherbird was also burning. It seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with the black hole. Soon, the entire 9 darkness demonic sword was covered in black flames. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged out from the 9 darkness demonic sword. This aura was too terrifying. It was as if it could tear the heavens and earth apart. Everyone's hearts trembled as they could not resist. Die, you ants! Chapter 1487. As the sword slashed out, black flames filled the sky and a terrifying aura covered the entire area. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying black longsword clashed with the aura of Lin Xian and the others. Immediately, a shocking explosion spread out. A huge black hole appeared from the collision and quickly swept across the entire sky. Not good. Retreat. The Shin clan ancestor, Murong clan ancestor, and the others' faces changed because they realized that the combined power of the 7 of them had been split apart by the sword. This was absolutely unimaginable. In the next moment, the light barrier around the 7 of them cracked and they were all sent flying. Among them, one of the king's slaughtering formations was sliced in half by the sword strike. Immediately, the 3 half-step kings turned into blood mist and flew towards the heavenly Netherbird, entering the 9 underworld domain. Even the king-killing array was broken and turned into pure spiritual chi, which was absorbed by the heavenly Netherbird. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. Lin Xian's face was even more serious. He had the starry sky armor and red lotus armor, so although he was sent flying, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, the opponent's method shocked him. That sword was too terrifying. Even if he used his full strength, he couldn't block it. He knew that this was the suppression of cultivation realm. A 2-star king was much stronger than a 1-star king. The fact that the heavenly Netherbird could absorb energy and recover quickly in the midst of battle was definitely not good news. Kill. Even though they were sent flying, Lin Xian and the others were still able to get back up swiftly and charge forth once more. This was their only chance. If they couldn't kill the heavenly Netherbird this time, they wouldn't have another chance in the future. The battle erupted again. 7 kings, 2 king-killing arrays, and a terrifying octagonal array. At this moment, they were all attacking the heavenly Netherbird. Pang! 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 Terrifying energy surged and blasted on the heavenly Netherbird's body, causing its huge body to be pushed back continuously. Many wounds even appeared on its body. However, Lin Xian's side suffered heavy losses. The 7 kings were all injured. As for the 2 king-killing arrays, they had also been destroyed in this battle. Not only that, the energy within the 6 half-step kings and 2 king-level killing arrays were all absorbed by the sky netherbird. Suddenly, the heavenly netherbird's aura became even more monstrous. Like a peerless demon, it spread its wings and blotted out the sun. In the next moment, he actually rushed toward the surrounding eightfold formation. Not good, stop him. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon's expression changed. It couldn't be helped. Although the octagon formation was powerful and useful, it couldn't withstand the heavenly netherbird's attack. Although the 3,000 people were strong, they were only respectful. With the power of the array, they might be able to fight against the heavenly netherbird. However, if they were to fight head-on, they wouldn't be a match at all. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the dragon sword domain around him quickly trembled. Then, a huge body quickly formed and rushed towards the heavenly netherbird. It was a Qiong Qi whose entire body was formed by lightning. It was incomparably terrifying. With a slight tremble of its massive body, it instantly shattered the entire void. With a roar, bright lightning runes appeared on the Qiong Qi's body. In the next moment, the huge body rushed towards the heavenly netherbird. Although the body was huge, its speed was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly arrived in front of the heavenly netherbird. Don't overestimate yourself, Dai. The heavenly netherbird coldly roared as it flapped its black wings and slashed towards the Qiong Qi. Pang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. That black wing was just too sharp. It was like a black heavenly blade as it slashed out with a single strike. Instantly, the Qiong Qi was split in half. This scene was too shocking. Such a terrifying body was actually split in half by a single blade. In the end, it turned into spiritual Qi and scattered in the void. The heavenly netherbird disdainfully sneered, while Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He naturally knew that the Qiong Qi couldn't win against the other party, so he didn't stop his actions. Very quickly, a golden sky rock flew out of his dragon sword domain. Then, the entire void trembled. A golden figure appeared in the sky, its body emitting a blazing light that dyed the entire sky golden. This sky pang was formed by Lin Xian. Although it was condensed from spiritual qi, it looked real and ferocious. Under Lin Xian's control, the golden sky pang let out a long roar that tore through the sky. Then, the huge body emitted a blinding light. A terrifying killing intent rushed out from the sky pang's body. Then, the golden feathers on its body trembled rapidly, forming rays of golden light one after another. Every single feather seemed to have turned into a golden sword. They were densely packed and pierced through the clouds, tearing through the sky and emitting a cold light. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with golden sword qi. The terrifying killing intent made everyone tremble in fear. 108,000 sword qi, kill. Lin Xian let out a long cry, his expression extremely solemn. In the next moment, the terrifying rain of golden sword qi in the sky fell rapidly. 108,000 sword qi, each of which was 30 meters long, bloomed with light and emitted a terrifying killing intent. They filled the sky palace and formed a rain of sword qi that blasted towards the sky netherbird. This method was too terrifying. Even Ancestor Murong and the others' eyelids twitched when they saw this scene. They realized that Lin Xian was too strong. Although he was young, his combat strength had already surpassed them. At the very least, they couldn't use such terrifying sword qi. Moreover, they couldn't fight against it. However, the sky netherbird was different. He wasn't a one-star king, but a two-star king. Therefore, he launched an angry counterattack in the face of such terrifying sword qi. Heaven and earth demonic furnace, incinerate everything. The sky netherbird roared and rubbed the huge 9 darkness demonic sword in his black flame domain. Then, his black flame feathers emitted a black light. Countless black flames danced, quickly twisting and turning, forming a black furnace that was over 10 feet tall. This demonic furnace was pitch black, and mysterious runes were carved on it. It seemed like something from the demonic realm. In the next moment, the sky netherbird waved his claws and slapped on the black demonic furnace. Suddenly, the black demonic furnace trembled and an earth-shattering heat rushed out. Boundless flames spread and covered the entire sky. Boom! 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 The black demonic furnace released a sea of flames that clashed with Lin Xian's 108,000 sword qi. The sword qi rushed into the clouds and the air waves rolled, drowning the entire sky. Not good. Retreat. Ancestor Murong and the Shen family's ancestors saw this and their faces changed. They quickly retreated. This energy was too terrifying. Even if they were kings, they couldn't fight against it. Chapter 1488. In the sky, the black flames were extremely powerful. When they collided with the golden sword qi, they immediately started to burn. In the next moment, the golden sword qi in the sky started to melt like snow in a raging fire. In an instant, the 108,000 golden swords in the sky and on the ground were all burned up by the black flames. What? How is this possible? Seeing this, Ancestor Murong and the others were shocked. Lin Xian's face also turned gloomy. There was nothing he could do. A two-star king was too terrifying. Although he had the dragon sword soul, his cultivation was still at the honorable realm. He could not use all of his power. Damn it! Lin Xian was unwilling to accept this. His body moved like lightning as he quickly retreated. In the next moment, a ferocious fire dragon appeared where he was standing and pierced through the void. Humph, kid, you want to fight with me? After defeating Lin Xian with one move, the heavenly netherbird snorted in disdain. Then, he held the black furnace in his hand and swept it in all directions. One of the flames hit the octagon formation. Not good. Seeing this, the 3,000 honorables' faces changed. They quickly activated the octagon formation to fight against the heavenly netherbird. But at this moment, the black furnace was too terrifying. Even though the octagon formation was magical, it was still unable to fight against the heavenly netherbird. In the next moment, one of the light doors was shattered. Hundreds of honorables' bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this, Ancestor Shen, the happy king and the others roared crazily and wanted to rush over. However, the heavenly netherbird waved his hand and the boundless black flames surged towards them. Damn it! The Ancestor Shen sent out the golden giant and the happy king sent out the 9 lotuses to fight against the black flames. However, a scene that shocked them appeared. Their attacks were actually burning fiercely in the black flames. What? How is this possible? All the kings were shocked and could not believe it. The Ancestor Shen and the happy king roared and tried to extinguish the black flames. But they could not do it. The black flames burned more and more fiercely. They even floated towards their bodies. A look of despair appeared in their eyes. They shouted crazily, but it was useless. At the crucial moment, Lin Xian also sent out a sea of black flames to fight against the heavenly netherbird's 9 underworld black flames. Only then did he save the Ancestor Shen and the happy king. Lin Xian's side kings let out a sigh of relief, but the heavenly netherbird had a look of surprise. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have black flames in his hands, and he was very familiar with the aura. It was his 9 underworld's black flames. In the next moment, he understood. This was because Lin Xian had once obtained one of its primordial feathers, which contained its flame of origin. Underworld, 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 underworld's underworld, 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 heavenly netherbirds with the heavenly netherbirds. Underworld king, underworld, underworld. You can't even use your full strength. The heavenly netherbird sneered. Then, it activated the black furnace and attacked quickly. Boom, boom, boom. The eightfold formation was shattered into pieces by his attack. The other 7 light gates also exploded. The 3,000 sovereigns turned into nothingness and were all absorbed by the heavenly netherbird. The flames on the heavenly netherbirds body surged once again. An earth-shattering power was emitted from its body. Late stage 2-star king. The dark red divine dragon's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Then, his face turned ugly. It's over, it's over. This guy actually succeeded. He has recovered to late stage 2-star king. Kid, we have no hope. Indeed, the situation was very bad. When it was a mid-stage 2-star king, they could not fight against it. Now that it had become a late-stage 2-star king, it was even more impossible for them. Ha 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 ha. After recovering to its peak state, the heavenly netherbird laughed wildly. Its voice shook the surroundings. The flames on its body surged like a sea. It was extremely arrogant. In the next moment, it stopped laughing. Its huge head turned and stared at Lin Xian and the others. I will kill you all in a while. Kid, don't worry. I will give you special treatment. I will make you beg for death. The heavenly netherbbird's cold gaze was like a sharp blade. It swept across Lin Xian and the others. Immediately, Ancestor Murong, the happy king, and the others trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their hearts. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's faces were terrifyingly gloomy. The situation was very bad. Of all the people they had brought, only the 7 of them were left. 3 king-killing arrays and 3,000 sovereigns had all been destroyed by the heavenly netherbird. In the entire sky, there were only 7 kings left. They were the last hope. However, the dark red divine dragon shook his head and sighed. It's over. There is no hope. Kid, let's go quickly. Go. Where to? Lin Xian frowned. Back to the Tiannan region. The Sky Martial continent has no hope. The 7 of us cannot fight against a late-stage 2-star king. Unless one of us breaks through to 2-star king, there is no hope. The dark red divine dragon shook his head. The Sky Martial continent is finished. We can go to the Tiannan region. There is the Black Earth ship there. It is incomparably powerful. Even if this heavenly netherbird is a 2-star king, it cannot break through the Black Earth ship. How about you cultivate in the Black Earth ship? When you break through to 2-star king, we will come out. No. Lin Xian shook his head decisively. At that time, there would be nothing left of the Sky Martial continent. Moreover, at that time, the Tiannan region would be in a terrible situation. Lin Xian did not agree at all. It should be known that many of his friends and fellow disciples were in the Sky Martial continent. Moreover, there were billions of living beings in the Sky Martial continent. Running was not in line with his character. Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, the dark red divine dragon hurriedly said, "What can you do if you stay here? You will only be killed. You don't want to go to the true spirit continent. You don't want to climb to the peak of martial Tao. It would be a pity to die here. I would rather die in battle than retreat." Lin Xian's gaze was resolute. If I don't even dare to face this little danger, how will I have the courage to go to the true spirit world in the future? What will I have to climb to the peak of the martial Tao? Don't say any more. Ruffian dragon, help me one last time. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. What are you planning to do? The dark red divine dragon was worried. Don't mess around. I have a secret art that can gather external energy. You six transfer the energy to me, and I will go and fight the heavenly netherbird. Lin Xian said. What? That's too dangerous. The dark red divine dragon was shocked. This is the last resort. I have the dragon sword spirit, and my battle power is extremely high. Only I can fight the heavenly netherbird head-on. Lin Xian was right. Even if the 7 kings joined hands, they were still not the heavenly netherbirds' match. Chapter 1489. Everyone, we have no way out. We can only fight with all our might. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. I will use a secret technique. Please transfer all your energy to me. All right. No problem. We believe in you. At this moment, Ancestor Murong, Din Xian, and the Happy King all nodded in agreement. They really had no way out. If they failed, the heavenly mistake continent would be plunged into misery. None of their descendants would be able to escape. Now, they had to believe in Lin Xian. There was no other way. All right. The dark red divine dragon sighed. If Lin Xian was unwilling to leave, he had no choice but to help him. In the next moment, Lin Xian used a secret technique. The dragon sword realm around him trembled rapidly and emitted a green light. Then 6 dragon heads appeared in the dragon sword realm. Each of them looked ferocious as they flew in front of the 6 kings. Just transfer your energy into them. Ancestor Murong, the Happy King, Din Xian, and the other kings nodded and transferred their energy into the dragon heads. However, the dark red divine dragon did not do so. Kid, you've just convinced me. I still have some secret techniques, but the side effects are more severe. But since you've decided to fight with your life, I won't hide anymore. I'll fight with you. All right. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. If there was anyone who could fight against the heavenly netherbird and the black flames, it would be the dark red divine dragon. Wuji, the snow-white monkey jumped out and waved its paws. You want to join the battle too? All right. Let's fight together. Lin Xian gripped his sword tightly. Seeing that Lin Xian and the others still dared to continue, the heavenly netherbird was surprised. But soon, it revealed a disdainful sneer. What? You don't want to run because of your ridiculous morals. What an idiot. Humph, beast, you won't understand. For the sake of the world, I'll kill you even if I have to sacrifice my life. Behind them, Ancestor Murong, Ancestor Shen and the others roared with all their might. For the sake of the world. How stupid. The heavenly netherbird sneered in disdain. All right, then I'll let the world see what you people are like. I really want to know how the people of the world will react when they see the 7 of you kneeling in front of me. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly netherbird looked up to the sky and laughed. Then, it flapped its wings and countless black flames shot up into the sky. Damn it, what are you trying to do? Ancestor Murong and the others roared madly. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If you dare to lay your hands on ordinary people, I will definitely not let you off. Don't worry, I'm not interested in those ants. The heavenly netherbird sneered, I just want those people to see your current situation clearly. Sure enough, in the next moment, the black flames in the sky quickly spread out in all directions, forming huge light screens that floated in the sky. On the Martial Heaven continent, everyone knew that Lin Xian's group of 7 had led countless peak experts to kill the Heaven Netherbird. But what was the result? None of them knew. They could only wait patiently because no one dared to watch the battle. In the Murong clan, Murong Qingqing was dressed in purple. Her beautiful face was filled with nervousness. To be honest, she was very worried about the safety of the ancestor and Lin Xian. However, he was not a king yet and could not help at all. He could only wait patiently. In the Shen clan, Shen Jingqiu was also nervous. Her small hands were clutching the corner of her clothes tightly. In the Immortal Martial Academy, countless disciples and young geniuses were waiting silently. They were shouting in their hearts, "Principal, Lin Xian, you must succeed." In the Palace of Gods of War, the Ninth Elder and the others were even more nervous. Other than that, the Merry Woods, Deity Sword Manor and various sects were all praying in their hearts, hoping that Lin Xian's group of 7 would win. However, in the next moment, countless black flames suddenly flew down from the sky. What is that? Everyone was extremely nervous as they stared at the sky. They did not know where the flames came from, but the aura that the flames emitted made everyone tremble. In fact, many king clans had even activated their defensive array. However, the black flames did not attack. Instead, they quickly transformed into a light screen in the sky. In the next moment, the figures of Lin Xian's group of 7 appeared on the light screen. What? Could it be a battle scene? Everyone was shocked. The elders of the king clans were even more shocked. They realized that it was indeed a battle scene. However, they did not know who had created it. At this moment, an ice-cold voice sounded from the black light screen. "Ants, do you really want to know the battle situation? Do you want to know why there are no other kings other than the 7 of them?" Hearing this cold voice, everyone trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. This was because the voice was filled with the aura of a king. Heavenly Netherbird. Damn it! It's the Heavenly Netherbird speaking. Some cultivators looked at the light screen and roared crazily. That's right. Everyone realized that it was the voice of the Heavenly Netherbird. Ha 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 ha. Ants, you've guessed correctly. It's me. The Heavenly Netherbird's sinister voice sounded again. Let me tell you. Other than the 7 kings, the rest have all been killed by me. All killed. That's impossible. Everyone was shocked. The various king clans and rank 6 sects cultivators all screamed. Their eyes were filled with fear. They knew how strong the people that Lin Xian had taken away were. They were the strongest group of experts in the entire Tianwu continent. However, other than Lin Xian's group of 7, everyone else had been killed. This caused their minds to go blank. They could not believe it. Damn it. On the other side, Lin Xian's group's faces darkened when they heard the Heavenly Netherbird's words. He knew that he could not allow the other party to continue being arrogant. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared. His voice was like thunder that resounded in all directions. Kill! With a roar, sword chi surged from his body. The dragon sword domain shone brightly as the power of the 5 kings behind him surged into his body. Boom! A blazing light surged from Lin Xian's body as a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. This aura was too strong. With the power of the 5 kings and the dragon sword soul, Lin Xian was extremely strong at this moment. His battle strength had even reached the level of a 2-star king. What? He can combine the power of the other 5 and use it for himself. The Heavenly Netherbird's eyes narrowed. To be honest, he did not expect Lin Xian to have such a technique. However, he sneered as disdain appeared in his eyes. So what if the 5 of them combined their power? At most, they would only be early 2-star king. However, he had fought late 2-star king. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Kid, I have to say that you have some skills. Chapter 1490. Kill. However, Lin Xian was not moved at all. He had obtained the power of the 5 king tiers, and at this moment, he had become extremely powerful. With the dragon-shaped sword in his hand, he looked like a sword god. 108,000 swords, kill! Lin Xian roared, and the dragon sword domain shook as a golden heavenly rock charged out. The feathers on its body turned into countless golden swords. This time, the golden swords were several times stronger than before. That was because Lin Xian's strength had reached an unimaginable level. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved his arm. Instantly, tens of thousands of golden swords slashed down from the sky. Boom! 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 Each sword was as thick as a mountain and as heavy as Mount Tai as they slashed down on the heavenly netherbird. Tens of thousands of swords clashed. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. What? So strong. At this moment, countless cultivators on the Sky Martial continent looked up and saw the battle through the screen in the sky. When they saw Lin Xian summon 108,000 golden swords to kill the Sky Nether bird, their blood began to boil. Shocking. Too shocking. Originally, they were wondering why Lin Xian was sent out. Among the 7 kings, although Lin Xian was strong, he was too young. He had just formed his king domain not long ago. As for the others, whether it was Ancestor Murong, Ancestor Shin, or the other kings, they were all famous kings. They had been in the king realm for hundreds of years. Logically speaking, the chances of victory would be higher if these old kings were sent out. But now that Lin Xian had made his move, they realized what was going on. Powerful. He was simply too powerful. Lin Xian's methods had exceeded everyone's expectations. In the sky, countless golden swords turned into golden dragons that roared as they flew forward. They instantly enveloped the heavenly netherbird. This was an extremely terrifying scene. 108,000 golden swords connected the heavens and the earth as they slashed down in all directions. That terrifying aura shattered the entire sky. The heavenly netherbird roared, "Ant, you're courting death." Then, black flames surged all over his body as he counterattacked. The heavenly netherbird waved its black claws and wings and quickly counterattacked. Bam bam bam. Black demonic claws smashed the golden swords into pieces. Then, the heavenly netherbird flapped its wings and charged towards Lin Xian with its huge body. This was a very terrifying scene. Amidst the rain of swords that filled the sky, a huge body was rampaging. Every time they collided, there would be an earth-shattering explosion, blasting open one black hole after another in the void. On the Martial Heaven continent, the martial artists who saw this scene through their screens all shuddered, their scalps turning numb. Frightening, this was too frightening. Although they were not at the scene, they could feel the shocking power of the energy just from the image. Sword chi filled with terrifying killing intent swept across the heavens and earth. The heavenly underworld bird unleashed boundless black flames that ignited the golden swords. Not to mention the ordinary warriors, even the 5 kings behind Lin Xian felt their eyelids twitching in disbelief. The reason for that was because that sort of attack had already surpassed what they could endure. Any one of the sword chi could severely injure them. However, such a terrifying attack could not do anything to the heavenly netherbird. To be honest, the heavenly netherbird was also shocked because the sword chi was a great threat to her. This was too unbelievable. Even if her opponent had fused with the power of 5 kings, he was only at the early stage of 2 stars. However, his combat strength had already surpassed that. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Kid, go and die." The heavenly netherbird roared as it soared through the sky. Its huge wings were like black heavenly blades that shattered countless golden swords. It was like a black demonic mountain that wanted to crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was wielding the dragon-shaped sword in his hand. He swung it around and unleashed one shocking sword aura after another. The sword chi was too terrifying. It carried shocking power that caused the sky to tremble. Even though the heavenly netherbird was a demonic beast with a strong body, it could not withstand it. Ah! Go and die! The heavenly netherbird roared as the 9 underworld demonic flames burned around it. It turned into countless demonic shadows that pounced forward. These demonic shadows looked similar to the heavenly netherbird, but they were much smaller. However, there were too many of them. There were more than 10,000 of them. The entire sky was dyed black, as if it was a dark cloud. Roar! 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 Countless demonic shadows roared furiously. Carrying a terrifying aura and surging murderous aura, they quickly charged towards Lin Xian. They were like a black flood that intertwined in the sky and emitted terrifying energy waves. If this energy wave hit him, even Lin Xian, who had fused with the power of 5 kings, would not be able to withstand it. Kill! Seeing the demonic shadows getting closer, Lin Xian roared as his black hair fluttered in the wind. Terrifying sword chi swept across the sky. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand turned into a killing sword. Together with the dragon sword realm, it slashed forward. Pang! Pang! Sword chi streaked across the sky like rainbows, one after another, endless like a long river. These sword chis were infused with the power of the great dragon sword soul. They were filled with the power of the great dragon sword soul and were filled with yang energy. They slashed at the countless demonic shadows and tore them apart. Instantly, the pitch-black sky was torn open with a huge crack. It was over 10,000 meters wide, and was extremely terrifying. Countless rays of light shone in from the crack. After that, Lin Xian clenched his other hand into a fist and punched out. The terrifying fist swept across heaven and earth, completely shattering the black light screen. Explode! Tens of thousands of black demons were blasted into pieces at this moment, and the sky regained its clarity. However, in the next moment, the heavenly netherbird had already arrived beside Lin Xian. Its huge claws were like the claws of a demon as it viciously swiped at Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian's eyes glowed. He did not fight back at all. Instead, he quickly retreated with the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He turned into a green afterimage and instantly disappeared into the void. Pang! A pitch-black hole appeared where he was originally standing. Countless spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Let's see how many times you can dodge. The heavenly netherbird's expression was cold as its attack missed. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon could no longer watch and finally made its move. With a furious roar, a terrifying dragon roar pierced through the 9 heavens, causing the entire sky to tremble. Then, its body emitted an incomparably bright light. Endless red light dyed the entire sky red. Stupid bird, I'll beat you up today. The dark red divine dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws in anger. Just you. A 4-legged snake. You overestimate yourself. The heavenly netherbird snorted in disdain. It was now a late-stage 2-star king. It was unparalleled, and no one in the entire continent could surpass it. Therefore, it was not afraid of the dark red divine dragon at all. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon was infuriated. Damn you, you're the 4-legged snake. Today, I'll tear your mouth apart. Then, its body suddenly expanded, and it turned into a 100-foot-long divine dragon that circled in the sky. With a roar, it shook the 9 heavens. Endless clouds gathered under its feet. Legend had it that divine dragons could ride the clouds and summon the rain. It seemed like it was true. Dragons. Chapter 1491. Dragons. The heavenly Netherbird was shocked once again. He did not expect the four-legged snake in front of him to be a dragon. Moreover, it was probably not an ordinary dragon. He had not noticed it before, but now it seemed that the other party's bloodline aura had a monstrous pressure that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, so what if you're a dragon? You haven't grown up yet. You're not even as strong as me. Today, I'll drink your dragon blood, eat your dragon flesh, skin you, and make a pair of dragon shoes. The heavenly Netherbird laughed as his eyes shone with a terrifying light. Indeed, every part of the dragon's body was a treasure. If he ate it, his bloodline might evolve once again. Perhaps one day, he would become a true Great Xia Dragonfinch. Therefore, in the next moment, he decisively abandoned Lin Xian and charged directly at the dark red divine dragon. Ruffian dragon, watch out. Seeing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Although the dragon was once extremely powerful, it was not strong enough to fight against the heavenly Netherbird. Therefore, he was extremely worried. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon let out a long roar and quickly spat out 3 clouds of blood mist, which enveloped his body. Damn big black bird, I'll kill you even if I have to use up my source energy. The 3 clouds that he spat out were all dragon blood, which was incomparably precious. At this moment, the blood mist that wrapped around his body suddenly underwent a terrifying change. A powerful energy surged out of the dragon's body and swept across the heavens and earth. The dragon's scales on his huge body shone with a red light. It was like a red flame that was extraordinarily mighty. I'll fight. In the next moment, the dragon's strength had reached the level of a 2-star king. Therefore, he swung his huge dragon tail and whipped it forward. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the entire void exploded. Dozens of black holes flickered. The heavenly Netherbirds' huge body was blasted away and smashed into countless mountains in the distance. What? So powerful! The 5 kings behind Lin Xian were all stunned. They did not expect the dark red divine dragon to have such power. On the martial heaven continent, countless martial artists raised their heads to look at this scene. They were dumbstruck. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They never thought that the heavenly Netherbird would be sent flying. That was the heavenly Netherbird. It was an extremely terrifying existence, an existence that could suppress the 7 great kings. Yet now, he was actually sent flying by a single slap. Even Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect the dark red divine dragon to be so powerful. However, he also knew that the dark red divine dragon had used some kind of secret technique to increase its combat strength. The side effects were probably not small. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to use it. The dark red divine dragon also sneered, "Humph, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I'll slap you to death." Pang! In the distance, a mountain peak exploded. The heavenly Netherbird crawled out from the ruins and roared furiously. To be honest, he was about to go crazy with anger. As a late-stage 2-star king, his strength was extremely terrifying. Yet now, he had been sent flying in front of everyone. He could not accept this, so in the next moment, he roared, "Damned snake, I'll kill you later." Then, the heavenly Netherbird held the 9-hell demonic sword and charged over with a terrifying black flame domain. This time, Lin Xian sent a voice transmission, "Ruffian dragon, attack together." Lin Xian activated countless sword chi, and the dark red divine dragon also unleashed a terrifying power as they charged towards the heavenly Netherbird. Instantly, the 3 of them engaged in a fierce battle. Behind them, the 5 kings quickly transmitted their power as they nervously watched the battle. They were extremely nervous because this was their last resort. If they failed again, they would not have any chance of survival, and the martial heaven continent would become hell on earth. The only thing they could do was to provide their power to Lin Xian. Boom! In front of them, the battle was intense. The heavenly Netherbird's aura soared to the sky as he unleashed extremely powerful flames, and the 9 hell demonic sword swept in all directions. He was fighting Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon alone. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. The dark red divine dragon became more and more shocked as he clenched his teeth and said, "Brat, this guy is too strong. My secret technique won't be able to last for long. I'm afraid it'll disappear soon." Lin Xian's expression was solemn as well, because his secret technique could not be used for long. However, the heavenly Netherbird was different. The heavenly Netherbird was a true late-stage 2-star king, and he was extremely powerful. If their secret technique's time ran out, it would be very difficult to injure him. Therefore, in the next moment, he decided to kill the heavenly Netherbird at all costs. With the dragon-shaped sword in his hand, Lin Xian shot out like a shooting star. He became one with his sword and pierced towards the heavenly Netherbbird's huge body. "You're courting death," the heavenly Netherbird roared. He did not expect that his opponent would dare to fight him in close combat. This made him furious, and in the next moment, his claws fiercely slammed forward. However, he soon let out a miserable cry. Puff! In the sky, blood splattered everywhere, and a miserable cry rang out. This was because the heavenly Netherbird's huge palm had been pierced by Lin Xian, and a transparent bloody hole had appeared. Countless drops of blood splattered everywhere. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was holding the dragon-shaped sword in his hand and wearing the cosmic armor. He was extremely powerful. After piercing through the heavenly Netherbird's claws, he did not stop and continued to stab towards the heavenly Netherbird's huge body. Scram! The heavenly Netherbird was finally enraged. He did not expect an ant-like human brat to be able to injure him. This made him extremely furious. In the next moment, the black flame domain around him quickly burned and enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to burn him to ashes. Lin Xian's body also surged with black flames as he quickly resisted. However, the heavenly Netherbird's black flame domain was too terrifying. Lin Xian could not hold on for long. Therefore, not long after entering, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was heavily injured, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a cold smile. In the next moment, he also used the dragon sword domain. Pang! The green dragon sword domain appeared around him. He was now in the heavenly Netherbird's black flame domain, and the heavenly Netherbird was also in his dragon sword domain. Now, it was time to see whose domain was stronger and whose endurance was stronger. Ah! In the next moment, the heavenly Netherbird let out another miserable cry. Countless drops of blood splattered everywhere. It could not be helped. The dragon sword domain was too powerful. This was a transformation of the great dragon sword soul. It was an offensive saint technique. Although the heavenly Netherbbird's physique was extremely strong, it was still injured by the dragon sword domain. Its huge body was instantly pierced by countless sword chi, and transparent bloody holes appeared one after another. "Brat, I'll kill you!" The heavenly Netherbird's eyes were filled with anger. He did not expect Lin Xian to trade his life for his. He had never seen such a desperate method before. Everyone else was also shocked. Whether it was the 5 kings behind him, the dark red divine dragon, or all the martial artists in the Tianwu continent. Chapter 1492. Looking at this scene, they were all shocked. Lin Xian was using a method where both sides were heavily injured to fight the Sky Netherbird head-on. This was simply too shocking. The Sky Netherbird flapped its black wings as flames covered its body. At the same time, it activated the Black Flame domain and quickly attacked Lin Xian. It wanted to shatter the Dragon Sword domain. In its mind, a high-level king could easily shatter a low-level king's domain and heavily injure them. However, Lin Xian's Dragon Sword domain was different. It was formed by the Dragon Sword's soul, so how could the Sky Netherbird shatter it? Thus, after struggling for a while, not only did the Sky Netherbird fail to shatter the Dragon Sword domain, but more and more sword wounds appeared on its body. His body was dyed red by the terrifying fresh blood. Damn it! How is this possible? How is this possible? The Sky Netherbird was shocked as it roared. He simply couldn't believe that a brat who was only a one-star king realm could have such a powerful domain. It had to be known that it was a late-stage 2-star king, and it could easily shatter a normal 1-star king's domain. However, it couldn't do it now. Ah! Damn it! I don't believe it. The Sky Netherbird roared as it attacked again. Lin Xian also had to grit his teeth and endure because he wasn't having a good time either. The Sky Netherbirds' Black Flame domain was too terrifying, and its level was higher than his. Even with the cosmic battle armor, he couldn't withstand it. However, she couldn't resist it either. Her entire body was now heavily injured. It probably wouldn't be able to last much longer. However, he didn't want to give up on this rare opportunity. After all, the longer the battle dragged on, the more injuries the Sky Netherbird would suffer. Moreover, he had the golden indestructible pill, which could quickly recover. Thus, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and endured. He only used a small portion of the dragon-shaped sword chi to protect himself. The rest of the sword chi was used to attack the Sky Netherbird. Damn it! The Sky Netherbbird's face twisted as it flapped its black wings and quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian also moved and stuck close to it. Brat, you're courting death. The Sky Netherbird was furious as it used the Black Flame domain's power to quickly defend. The green sword chi was too terrifying. Even with its body constitution, it couldn't withstand it. Therefore, he could only rely on the power of his domain. Those cold, pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Kid, you're not as strong as me. If this goes on, you'll definitely be the first to fall. If you have the ability, then let's fight. The Heavenly Netherbird also gritted its teeth and crazily attacked Lin Xian. Pang! Finally, the two of them separated. An earth-shattering sound rang out as terrifying blood dyed the sky red. Two figures were also sent flying. Among them, the Heavenly Netherbird's huge body smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Lin Xian's figure was also sent flying backwards, crashing into 9 mountain peaks in the distance. At this moment, both of them had suffered severe internal injuries. For a moment, the entire place was silent. The expressions of the dark red divine dragon and the other kings changed drastically. They were very worried about Lin Xian's safety. It wasn't just them. Everyone in the Martial Heaven continent was extremely nervous. Because they could see that Lin Xian's condition was very bad. One had to know that the Heavenly Netherbird's attack was extremely terrifying. It would be very difficult for Lin Xian to defend against it. Kid, are you okay? The dark red divine dragon's figure also floated and quickly arrived above the ruins. With a wave of its dragon claws, countless boulders fell, revealing Lin Xian's voice. At this moment, Lin Xian's cosmic armor was already deformed. One had to know that this was an extremely powerful armor. Now that it was damaged, one could imagine how powerful the Heavenly Netherbird's attack was. As for Lin Xian, he had suffered severe internal injuries. If it wasn't for his strong physique and vigorous blood qi, he would have died long ago. Even so, he was unable to hold on. However, he quickly used his soul power to take out a golden elixir and quickly consumed it. This was the undying golden elixir. Lin Xian had quite a few of them. Although this undying golden elixir was precious, he couldn't care less and quickly consumed it. In an instant, half of his injuries were healed. If it was anyone else, they would have recovered instantly after consuming this undying golden elixir. However, this was a battle between kings. The terrifying attacks had already surpassed the effects of the undying golden elixir. Although the undying golden elixir was powerful, it was only effective against cultivators below the king realm. Its effect on king realm cultivators was greatly reduced. Even so, Lin Xian's injuries were still recovering quickly. After regaining his mobility, Lin Xian quickly circulated the longevity art. Instantly, a huge whirlpool appeared beside him and quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual qi to heal his injuries. The longevity art was extremely mysterious. As Lin Xian grew stronger, the power it displayed would also become stronger. The injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Xian took out another 5 undying golden elixirs and gave them to the dark red divine dragon. Because the dark red divine dragon had also used a secret technique, it would definitely be weakened in a while. Therefore, he took out 5 undying golden elixirs in case he needed them. On the other side, the sky netherbird crawled out of the deep pit. Its body was covered in wounds and blood was flowing out of it. It was furious. It was too furious. It didn't expect a human brat to be able to injure it so severely. If it hadn't experienced it for itself, it wouldn't have believed it. Not only that, but it also felt a trace of fear because its opponent's domain was too terrifying. It couldn't resist it at all. Damn it, how is this possible? What kind of domain is that? How can it be so strong? If it had been at the hands of a 3-star king, it wouldn't have been surprised at all. But now, its opponent's cultivation was clearly inferior to it, but its combat strength made it shudder. Damned brat, you only used a secret technique. Let's see how long you can last. The sky netherbird gritted its teeth and charged over again with the dark flame domain. Instantly, the battle started again. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths because the sky netherbird was right. Lin Xian wouldn't be able to last much longer in his current state. Soon, they separated for the second time. This time, Lin Xian's injuries were even more severe. Although he had taken many undying golden elixirs, he still couldn't fully recover. Moreover, the sky netherbirds' injuries weren't light either. There were even some places where its bones could be seen. However, it still charged over again because it was competing with Lin Xian in terms of stamina. It firmly believed that with its cultivation as a late 2-star king, it could definitely exhaust its opponent to death. No, it couldn't go on like this. After a few battles, the dark red divine dragon had already recovered to the 1-star king realm. Not only that, it had also suffered a severe backlash and was extremely weak. Luckily, it had the undying golden elixirs to slow down its symptoms. However, it wouldn't be able to last much longer. Ha 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 ha. Brat, aren't you very strong? Come on, fight again. Let's see how you dodge this time. Chapter 1493. Ha 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 ha. Kid, aren't you very powerful? Fight again. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Seeing this, the heavenly serene bird finally laughed. That was because the dark red divine dragon had been beaten back to its original form, and Lin Xian had also fallen to the level of a 1-star king. The 5 kings behind Lin Xian were pale. They had used up too much energy and couldn't hold on for so long. It could be said that Lin Xian's group of 7 were in trouble again. Seeing this, Lin Xian's group of 7 had heavy hearts. On the Tianwu continent, everyone else was in despair. It couldn't be helped. It looked like Lin Xian's group of 7 would be killed soon. At that time, who would be able to stop the heavenly serene bird? Lin Xian. Old ancestor. Young master. At this moment, countless martial artists from the sovereign families shouted crazily. Their eyes were filled with despair. In the palace of gods of war, the 9th elder and the others were pale and trembling. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. Even with Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's super secret technique, they couldn't do anything to the heavenly serene bird. Could it be that the heavenly serene bird was really that terrifying? And from the looks of it, Lin Xian's group wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They would probably be killed soon. However, just as they were in despair, in the palace of gods of war's myriad spirit valley, suddenly, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Then, a figure appeared in the sky like a shooting star. It was a blurry figure of light. Its entire body was emitting a resplendent light, like a sun. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked around. Then, he frowned and turned into a ray of light, disappearing into the horizon. Palace Master. That's the Palace Master. The 9th elder and the other palace of gods of war's martial artists all shouted crazily when they saw this. They realized that it was Lin Zhan's figure. Lin Zhan has come out. This was undoubtedly great news. And from the looks of it, he should be heading to the battlefield. They hoped that Lin Xian and the other 6 kings could hold on until that moment. The news of Lin Zhan coming out of seclusion was only known to the martial artists in the Palace of Ares. The other sovereign clans and the cultivators of the Tianwu continent did not know about this. As for Lin Xian and the others, they were even more clueless. Lin Xian and the others were in a perilous situation, but they obviously wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Thus, they gritted their teeth and activated the secret technique a second time. This time, its power had decreased compared to the first time, but it was still incomparably powerful, enough to last for a while. Humph. I'll let you all die with no regrets. The heavenly netherbird sneered and pounced again. An earth-shattering battle erupted. Countless rays of light surged, and terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The entire forest had been completely destroyed. There was not a single place within a radius of 10,000 miles that remained intact. Terrifying cracks had appeared in space, spreading out in all directions. However, the outcome was the same. The heavenly netherbirds' injuries became even more severe. Deep white bones appeared in many places, extremely horrifying. However, Lin Xian and the others were in an even worse state. None of them could fight anymore, and the kings all fell to the ground. They could only grit their teeth and look at the heavenly netherbird with killing intent in their eyes. As for Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, they once again used their remaining strength to counterattack. Die! The heavenly netherbird sneered and waved its huge beast claw. With shocking power, it viciously slammed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block and counterattack. However, his current strength could not be compared to before. Just as the claw was about to land, however, at this moment, a white figure suddenly flew out from Lin Xian's body and quickly charged towards the heavenly netherbird. Whoosh! A white light flew out from Lin Xian's body and quickly pounced towards the heavenly netherbird. This light was very fast and arrived in front of the heavenly netherbird in an instant. In fact, before the heavenly netherbird could see it clearly, it felt a blow on its head. This blow did not hurt, nor did it cause any harm to it. It could even ignore it. However, it was stunned by the next blow. It was truly stunned. This was because it realized that its body seemed to be out of its control. It was frozen in place for 3 seconds. Not only its body, but even its soul was completely blank in these 3 seconds. The incomparably frightening claw abruptly stopped in midair. Lin Xian took this opportunity to quickly retreat to a safe place. Whoosh! In the next moment, the white light flashed again and turned into a snow-white monkey. It kept waving its claws. After 3 seconds, the heavenly netherbird regained its senses. It then stared at the snow-white monkey and was enraged. Humiliation, a huge humiliation. To think that the heavenly netherbird, a peerless demonic beast, was stunned by a little monkey. If this news were to spread, people would laugh their heads off. However, it really happened. Ah! Damned monkey! I'm going to kill you! The heavenly netherbird roared crazily and its terrifying claws once again enveloped the snow-white monkey. However, the snow-white monkey's speed was beyond its expectations. It turned into white lightning and moved quickly. In an instant, it dodged all of the heavenly netherbird's attacks. What? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the little monkey beside Lin Xian would be so miraculous. It was able to dodge all of the heavenly netherbird's attacks. One had to know that even the 7 kings could not do this. During this time, the heavenly netherbird was hit by the snow-white monkey's claws again and froze in mid-air for another 3 seconds. After recovering, the heavenly netherbird roared at the sky. Boundless black flames danced on its body and quickly covered the surroundings. In an instant, everything within 100 miles was turned into a sea of black flames. Damned monkey, let's see how you escape this time. The heavenly netherbird roared angrily. Even a 1-star king would not be able to resist these flames. Indeed, when the heavenly netherbird used its technique, Ancestor Murong and the others gritted their teeth and used their last bit of strength to dodge. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist. The snow-white monkey was even faster and disappeared into the horizon. The black flames could not hurt it at all. Immediately, the heavenly netherbird roared angrily again. However, it soon revealed a sinister smile. This was because it no longer cared about the snow-white monkey. Instead, it focused on Lin Xian and the others. This was because it knew that if it attacked Lin Xian, that damned monkey would definitely attack it. At that time, it would capture it. Indeed, in the next moment, when the heavenly netherbird clawed at Lin Xian and the others again, the snow-white monkey charged at it again, wanting to knock it out. However, the heavenly netherbird was prepared this time. It immediately opened its black flame domain. Its huge body was completely enveloped by the boundless black flames. The black flames burned and released a terrifying power. It turned the space around it into hell. It was eerie and terrifying. The timing was too good. The snow-white monkey could not dodge at all. Whoosh! Chapter 1494. Wuji Wuji, the little white monkey cried out anxiously. Lin Xian was also extremely nervous. However, he soon heaved a sigh of relief. Although the little white monkey was enveloped by the black flame domain, it was not burned. A white light appeared on its body and resisted the black flames. However, although it was not burned by the black flames, the little white monkey was still enveloped by the black flame domain. It was like a small fish that had entered a swamp and was swimming very slowly. As long as the heavenly netherbird attacked, it could easily catch it. And that was exactly what the heavenly netherbird did. Not good. Seeing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. He then roared and the great dragon sword soul in his body started to circulate rapidly. He had to use his last bit of strength to save the little white monkey. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of sword light and rushed forward. Pang! A thunderous sound rang out. Then, the heavenly netherbbird's huge body turned into a meteor and crashed into the mountain range in the distance. Rumble! This time, it smashed through more than a dozen mountain ranges before it finally stopped. With a whoosh, the little white monkey turned into a streak of white light and returned to Lin Xian's side. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The dark red dragon god screamed, "Kid, where did you get this power? Is it another secret technique?" Ancestor Murong and the others were also shocked. However, Lin Xian was even more shocked. Because he did not even attack. He did not even attack, and the heavenly netherbird was sent flying like a cannonball. He thought that it was the dark red dragon god who moved his hand, but now it seemed that was not the case. Who is it? He was very confused. It's not you. The dark red dragon god and the others also noticed this and were very surprised. Very quickly, these kings swept through the area, trying to find out who did it. Even the people on the Tianwu continent were silent. Found it. Lin Xian was shocked. He saw a ray of light landing in front of him. It was a figure with a tall figure. His body was emitting a bright light like the sun. He quickly landed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The terrifying power was like that of a war god. Who is this? Could there be other kings? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian also frowned. However, when the figure turned around, Lin Xian was stunned. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. That face was too familiar to him, so familiar that he found it hard to believe. Behind him, Ancestor Murong, the Merry King, and the rest screamed, "Lin Zhan, it's you." That's right. This figure was Lin Zhan. He was like a god of war, and his body emitted a powerful aura. He waved his hand, and several pills flew toward Ancestor Murong, the Happy King, Ruffian Dragon, and the others. You've all worked hard. Hurry up and take this pill. Although I can't heal your injuries instantly, I can at least prevent your body from deteriorating. Hearing this, Ancestor Murong and the others swallowed the pill. The dark red divine dragon was also astonished. Could this be little Xian Zi's father? His gaze turned, curiously sizing up the figure in front of him. However, in the next moment, he frowned and revealed a trace of shock. This was because he had discovered something inconceivable. Lin Xian was too shocked. He didn't expect the person who appeared at the last moment to be his father. Therefore, in the next moment, he ran up excitedly and quickly asked, "Father, is it really you? When did you come out?" Behind him, Ancestor Murong, the Happy King, and the others were also extremely shocked. They didn't know much about Lin Zhan. They only knew that he had entered the king realm at a young age. Moreover, he was very mysterious and didn't interact with them often. He even went into seclusion as soon as he became the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War. Although he was the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War, they didn't pay much attention to him. That was because in their opinion, his strength was at most similar to theirs, or perhaps even inferior. However, it seemed that they were completely wrong. That move just now had directly sent the heavenly netherbird flying. After all, that was the heavenly netherbird. A late two-star king. An extremely terrifying existence. However, Lin Zhan had easily sent the heavenly netherbird flying. What level has his strength reached? How terrifying! I can't see through his cultivation at all. Ancestor Murong, the Happy King, and the others were shocked. At this moment, Lin Zhan looked at Lin Xian and said slowly, "I haven't come out yet. This is only a clone of mine. I just woke up from my seclusion and wanted to know about the heavenly netherbird. Therefore, I sent a clone to help you." What? A clone? Ancestor Murong, Ancestor Shin, and the others opened their eyes wide in disbelief. The dark red divine dragon frowned. As expected, it's just as I guessed. This is only a clone. He had noticed something was wrong earlier. Therefore, he used a secret technique to check. In the end, he discovered that the heavenly netherbird was just an energy body without any life. This made him extremely shocked. Now that he heard it from Lin Zhan himself, he was even more shocked. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. A clone could send the heavenly netherbird flying. What level of cultivation has my father reached? Seeing the confusion in the eyes of Lin Xian and the others, Lin Zhan shook his head. Now is not the time to talk about this. You can ask me any questions after we kill the heavenly netherbird. Yes, that's right. Our main goal now is to kill the heavenly netherbird. The dark red divine dragon said quickly. Father, can you defeat him? Lin Xian asked. It's hard to say. If it was my real body, it wouldn't be a problem. But now, my real body can't move at all. I can only send this clone. Lin Zhan sighed. He must have reached a critical stage in his cultivation. Bang! At this moment, the heavenly netherbird flew over from afar. It was going crazy from anger. It was extremely ferocious and had a murderous aura. It was furious. It was too furious. It was sent flying again. What was worse was that it didn't even see who it was. Were you the one who attacked just now? The heavenly netherbird flew back again. It looked at the flickering figure and asked coldly. Not only did I send you flying, but I also want to kill you. Lin Zhan's voice was sonorous. Although it was just a clone, he still displayed an extremely valiant attitude. Kill me. You're boasting shamelessly. The heavenly netherbird sneered. Today, I'll tear you into pieces and let you know the consequences of provoking me. As it spoke, it brought the dark flame territory and charged over. Lin Zhan waved his hand and stuffed a pile of spiritual medicine into Lin Xian's arms. Then, he said in a low voice, recover quickly. I'll deal with it. Father, be careful. Lin Xian took the spiritual medicine and quickly retreated. What he needed to do now was to recover his strength quickly. Not only him, but the dark red divine dragon, Ancestor Murong, the happy king, and the others were also recovering their strength quickly. Chapter 1495. Who's that figure? That's the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War. At this moment, all the martial artists in the Tianwu continent were looking at the sky nervously. They were too excited because Lin Zhan had sent the heavenly serene bird flying the moment he appeared. Needless to say, he was extremely powerful. He might even be able to kill the heavenly serene bird. This caused a glimmer of hope to rise in everyone's despairing hearts. In the sky, Lin Zhan stood with his hands behind his back and looked forward. Since you've been sealed, you shouldn't have appeared. Since you've appeared, I'll have to kill you. Humph. You're overestimating yourself. You're just a clone. How dare you talk big in front of me? The heavenly serene bird sneered, I can kill someone like you with a slap. After I kill you, I'll find your real body and tear it apart. This is what you get for provoking me. Since you don't know how to repent, I'll have to kill you. Lin Zhan stood in the sky with his back straight. His body was glowing brightly. Although he was just a clone, he had an unparalleled aura. He was like a god of war as he walked slowly towards the heavenly serene bird. Boom! As he took a step forward, the sky shook and a black hole appeared in the sky. This step was too terrifying. It was as heavy as a mountain as it stepped on the sky. His terrifying aura made everyone tremble. If they didn't know the real situation, no one would have thought that such a powerful figure was just a clone. Kill! Lin Zhan shouted coldly and attacked quickly. His fist was like a golden mountain as it flew towards the heavenly serene bird. You're courting death. The heavenly serene bird shouted furiously. Black flames danced around his body and his cold eyes were filled with killing intent. He held the 9 nether demonic sword tightly in his black claws and slashed down quickly with a monstrous killing aura. Boom! Boom! The two attacks collided in the sky and a terrifying energy exploded. This attack was too terrifying. The entire sky collapsed. The violent energy was like a vast ocean as it rushed towards Lin Zhan. After Lin Zhan threw out a punch, he didn't attack again. He was like a dragon as he moved quickly in the sky. His figure was like a flickering shadow as he quickly dodged one terrifying sword chi after another. At the same time, his fist fiercely punched towards the heavenly netherbird. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, making one's scalp go numb. Lin Zhan's fist landed heavily on the 9 underworld demonic sword. Instantly, the space around the 9 Serenity's demon sword shattered. You dare to fight me in close combat? You are courting death. The heavenly netherbird sneered as the flames on its body surged. On the 9 hell demonic sword, countless pitch-black flames quickly rolled and wrapped around Lin Xian's fist, wanting to burn it. However, in the next moment, his pupils abruptly shrank because he discovered that he had failed. Lin Zhan's fist emitted a dazzling golden light, blocking the terrifying black flames. Otherwise, the golden light became more and more powerful. It was like a sun, erupting with incomparable energy. Pang! In the next moment, a primordial power surged out of his fist and fiercely slammed into the 9 underworld demon sword. Immediately, the heavenly netherbird let out a miserable shriek as it was sent flying by the huge force. Ah! Damn it! I don't believe it. The heavenly netherbird roared as its body flew backwards. It didn't believe that Lin Zhan was strong enough to suppress it. After all, that was just a clone. This made it crazy. At the same time, there was a tinge of fear in its heart. What cultivation level had Lin Zhan's real body reached? How could it be more terrifying than it was? I am just a clone. I don't have much time. Therefore, I can only kill you as soon as possible. Lin Zhan muttered to himself. Then, his body flashed and he charged towards the heavenly netherbird like a shooting star. Very quickly, he arrived beside the heavenly netherbird and stretched out his terrifying palm once again. Damn it! Get lost! The heavenly netherbird's pupils shrank as it flapped its wings. Its body started to spin rapidly like a black gale. Its wings were simply too sharp. As it spun, countless cracks appeared in the space around it. One could imagine that even a 1-star king would be sliced in half if they were hit by the wings. However, such terrifying flames didn't have any effect on Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan's huge palm grabbed the heavenly netherbird and slammed it downwards. Pang! The heavenly netherbirds' huge body crashed into the ground once again, causing the ground to crack. Ah! I'm going to kill you. The heavenly netherbird was furious. It had never been beaten up like this before. However, in the next moment, it was welcomed by a huge foot. Lin Zhan's body was like a huge mountain as he descended rapidly. At the same time, his foot stomped on the heavenly netherbird. Roar! Tian was especially furious. He waved the 9 underworld demonic sword and slashed it forward. The 9 underworld demonic sword shone with a black light. As it was waved, it emitted a terrifying sound. Whoosh! Lin Zhan's body moved horizontally in the air and dodged the sword. Then, he kicked out his foot and landed on the sword. Instantly, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The huge black demonic sword started to vibrate rapidly, and the space around it started to crack. However, although the 9 underworld demonic sword was kicked away, there weren't any cracks on it. No one knew what material this demonic sword was made of, but its toughness exceeded everyone's expectations. Damn it! This 9 underworld demonic sword can't be a perfect Earth-grade artifact, right? Even the dark red divine dragon's eyelids were twitching. As for the other kings, including Lin Xian, they were extremely shocked. That was because they realized that Lin Zhan was simply too powerful. He was practically beating the heavenly Netherbird. Just what cultivation level has father reached? A clone is actually able to suppress the heavenly Netherbird. Lin Xian was too shocked. He realized that although he knew some things, he still couldn't see it clearly. His father seemed to be endlessly mysterious, and he couldn't see through him at all. In front of them, golden light flashed. A terrifying power shook the void. Sword chi rampaged, and boundless black flames spread. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, it wasn't just Lin Xian's group of 7. Even the other cultivators on the Martial Sky continent were extremely shocked. Originally, they had already given up hope. That was because Lin Xian's group of 7, including thousands of peerless supremacies, were completely unable to defeat the heavenly Netherbird. In fact, such a huge group was only left with Lin Xian's group of 7 in the end. They thought that Lin Xian's group wouldn't be able to stop it. Then, the Martial Sky continent would be plunged into a massacre. None of them would be able to escape. However, at this moment of despair, another figure appeared out of nowhere. Even now, he was beating the heavenly Netherbird. This made them extremely excited. Boom! 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 Shocking collisions rang out. Lin Zhan and the heavenly Netherbird were fighting fiercely. However, the situation was completely one-sided. The heavenly Netherbird was completely suppressed this time. It couldn't resist at all. Instead, it was injured multiple times, and many of its bones were even broken. Chapter 1496. Luckily, the 9 underworld demonic sword was mysterious and had an extraordinary origin. Otherwise, it would have been shattered into countless pieces by this power. After sending the heaven Netherbird flying with another punch, Lin Zhan let out a long roar as his body emitted a brilliant light. Rays of golden light shone down and swept across the entire sky. Not good, his clone's time is up. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed. His clone's time is up. Lin Xian and the others were also in the same situation. Although they had suppressed the heaven Netherbird, they had not obtained complete victory. If Lin Zhan's clone disappeared at this moment, they would not be able to fight back. Lin Zhan's body emitted light. He also knew that his clone's time was up, so he prepared to use his strongest attack to kill the heaven Netherbird. His aura quickly rose, and he was like a golden god of war, releasing a terrifying power. That aura seemed to be able to pierce through the entire sky. In the end, his body was completely covered by the golden light. The golden light was tens of thousands of feet long, and it was like countless golden swords trembling together. Kill! With a roar, Lin Zhan turned into a ray of golden light and charged towards the heaven Netherbird. This attack was too powerful, and it carried an incomparable killing intent. Even the heaven Netherbirds' hair stood on end. It felt a chill in its heart as it knew that this was an extremely terrifying killing move. Therefore, it did not hesitate. With a roar, the black flame domain around him churned, and a huge black shield formed in front of it. 9 underworld demonic sky shield. Endless black flames surrounded it, forming a black ghost head that blocked in front of it like a shield. This was the heaven Netherbird's ultimate move, and it could block all attacks. After using the 9 underworld demonic sky shield, the heaven Netherbird coldly snorted. Humph! No matter how strong you are, you can't break through my shield. He was indeed confident because this shield had saved his life many times in the past. Boom! However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. That was because when the golden light collided with the 9 underworld demonic sky shield, there was an earth-shattering sound. The entire space quickly cracked, and the surrounding mountains collapsed. There was an extremely strong earthquake in the surrounding 10,000 miles. The collision was too terrifying, as if it was the end of the world. However, what shocked the Heaven Netherbird even more was that cracks had appeared on the 9 underworld demonic sky shield in front of it. It was like a spider web that instantly covered the entire shield. What? Cracked? This is impossible. The Heavenly Netherbird shrieked. This time, there was a trace of fear in its eyes. This was because it realized that its opponent's power. The Heaven Netherbird. Boom! In the next moment, the pitch-black 9 underworld's demonic sky shield in front of him exploded into countless black fragments. A beam of golden light flew through the countless fragments at high speed, fiercely bombarding his head. What? Impossible! The Heavenly Netherbird let out a frantic cry and flapped its wings in an attempt to retreat. However, this golden light was simply too fast. It directly struck the Heavenly Netherbird's head. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, the ferocious head of the Heaven Netherbird suddenly exploded, turning into blood that scattered in all directions. As for the golden light, it carried Lin Zhan's clone and quickly dimmed. In the end, it disappeared. In the air, there was only a mist of blood and a huge headless corpse. The surroundings fell into silence. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't think that the Heavenly Netherbird would be killed. At this moment, not only Lin Xian and the other 6, but the entire Tianwu continent was shocked. What? It was killed. It was a fatal blow. Heavens, am I dreaming? Ancestor Murong, Happy King and Ancestor Xin could not believe it. The martial artists in the Tianwu continent cheered after they recovered from their shock. We're saved. Ha! We're saved. The Heaven Netherbird is dead. That's great. We don't have to be in danger. The Palace Master of the Palace of Gods killed the Heaven Netherbird. The entire Tianwu continent cheered. The King clans, rank 6 sects and other forces all heaved a sigh of relief. The Heaven Netherbird was dead. The Tianwu continent's crisis was resolved. They were all safe. We won. We really won. In the Murong family, a smile appeared on Murong Qingqing's beautiful face again. That's great. Brother Lin Xian is fine. In the Shen family, Shen Jingqiu waved her fists. The palace master succeeded. In the palace of gods, the 9th elder and the others cheered. At this moment, the entire Tianwu continent was in an uproar. Countless martial artists cheered. Everyone felt as if they had survived a calamity. On the other side, Lin Xian and the other 6 heaved a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. I have never encountered such a dangerous situation in my life. Ancestor Murong sighed. That's right. The Heaven Netherbird was too terrifying. I have never seen it before. The Ancestor Shen exclaimed. The Happy King was shocked. What level is Lin Zhan at now? It's just a clone, but it's already so terrifying. Thinking of this, the king's hearts beat wildly. As for Ruffian Dragon, he shouted, You scared me to death. It feels good to be alive. Lin Xian smiled. Let's go. The war is over. We can finally go home. Headmaster Xian chuckled and said. The group turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind them. A bunch of ants. Do you really think you can kill me like this? Hearing this voice, Lin Xian and the other 6 froze. All the martial artists in the Tianwu continent were stunned. Everyone felt as if a pair of invisible hands were choking their necks. Their cries stopped abruptly. What? What? Why am I hearing the Heaven Netherbird's voice again? Impossible. It must be an illusion. The Heaven Netherbird's head has already been destroyed. How can it still be alive? All the martial artists in the Tianwu continent were discussing. Impossible. This is definitely impossible. Even if it's a king, it's impossible for it to survive after its head has been destroyed. Lin Xian and the others turned around and stared at the headless corpse in the sky. Damn it. This is impossible. The Heaven Netherbird can't be alive. The ancestor Shen gritted his teeth. A king is also a human, not a god. Without its head, it's impossible for it to come back to life. The happy king's voice was cold. Ancestor Murong's face was gloomy. Damn it. The Heaven Netherbird is already dead. Why is its corpse still floating in the sky? What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They had been too excited and had forgotten about it. However, it seemed that the Heaven Netherbird's body was still floating in the sky and had not fallen to the ground. Strange. This was too strange. Even if a king died, it would definitely fall to the ground like a normal person. Chapter 1497. Could it be that he's still alive? Dean Xian's voice was trembling. Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb and their hearts dropped. Impossible, this is impossible. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Damn it, what is this uneasy feeling? At this moment, everyone was shocked as they stared at the heavenly serene bird. At this moment, the cold voice rang out again. Hee hee, a bunch of ignorant ants. Do you really think that I'm that easy to kill? Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes widened and their scalps went numb. They looked forward and their bodies began to tremble. Everyone was stunned. The heavenly serene bird was already dead. How could it still speak? However, this cold voice clearly belonged to the heavenly serene bird and it even came from the corpse in front of them. Damn it, who is it? Acting all mysterious, get the hell out here. The Shen family's patriarch shouted angrily. Humph, ignorant humans. I can't kill you. In front of them, the cold voice rang out again. Following that, the heavenly serene bird's corpse started to change. The originally cold body started to burn with black flames once again. What? The heavenly serene bird is still alive. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the others felt their scalps go numb. All the martial artists in the Tianwu continent were stunned. Not dead. How can it not be dead? Its head is already smashed. How can it still be alive? This had already exceeded everyone's understanding. On the other hand, the heavenly serene bird's corpse was flashing with light. At its neck, a ferocious head appeared and was quickly forming. Not good, stop it. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth and roared. Then, he turned into a ray of red light and rushed forward. Kill! Lin Xian also rushed forward with the killing sword in his hand. Behind him, the Shen family ancestor, Murong ancestor, and the other kings also attacked with all their strength. Boom! 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 Terrifying power surged out and quickly killed the heavenly serene bird. However, their attacks were all blocked. In front of the heavenly serene bird, a black light screen was formed and it was shining brightly. 9 Underworld's Devil Sky Shield. The demonic shield that was shattered by Lin Xian formed once again and blocked all the attacks from Lin Xian and the others. However, the crowd was still unwilling to give up. They continued to attack crazily, but they were unable to break through the 9 underworld's Devil Sky shield. Behind the demonic shield, the heavenly Netherbird's head had already formed. Then, a cold light flashed in its huge eyes. A roar resounded in all directions. Damnable ants! You actually dared to injure me. I won't let any of you off. The heavenly Netherbird's mournful voice sounded again as its cold eyes swept across Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, how did he come back to life? Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he gripped the great dragon sword's soul tightly. It's his heart. At this moment, the 10,000 beast cauldron in Lin Xian's body suddenly sent a voice transmission. Heart? What heart? Do you know? Lin Xian asked quickly. The heavenly Netherbird's fatal weakness is its heart. As long as its heart is still alive, it can revive again. It's useless to smash its head, Zero said coldly. Obviously, as the 10,000 beast cauldron, he knew everything about the heavenly Netherbird. It was his heart. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. They had been too careless. They had thought that the heavenly Netherbird was the same as a normal person. However, it was too late now. His father's clone had already disappeared. Kid, what should we do? The dark red dragon asked from the side. Lin Xian took a deep breath as his eyes flashed. Although he has recovered, his strength is definitely below average. I'm afraid he's only a mid-2-star king. But, even if he's a mid-2-star king, we can't beat him. The dark red dragon frowned. Whatever, we can only fight to the death. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as he waved his hand and took out the 10,000 beast cauldron. Ruffian dragon, take them and retreat safely. Don't participate in the battle. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. If I die, take them and leave. What did you say? Kid! Don't do anything stupid. The dark red dragon immediately became anxious when he heard this. When the people of the Tianwu continent heard this, they were also in an uproar. This was because they realized that Lin Xian actually wanted to fight alone. This was too shocking. Lin Xian. In the Murong family, Murong Qingqing's heart was beating wildly. Her face was extremely grave. In the Shen family, Shen Jingqiu also shouted, Brother Lin Xian, don't. In the Palace of Gods of War, the 9th Elder and the others were also anxious. They wanted to rush over immediately. However, Lin Xian's gaze was firm and unwavering. All right, I understand. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, the dark red dragon nodded. He knew that with Lin Xian's character, once he had decided on something, he would not change his mind. Therefore, his body flashed as he brought Ancestor Murong and the others back to a safe place to watch the battle. Can he do it alone? Ancestor Murong was extremely shocked. That's right, we'll just fight together. We're not afraid of death. Ancestor Shen gritted his teeth. Fight with him. We can't let Lin Xian take the risk alone. Din Xian's eyes flickered. The dark red dragon sighed, forget it, that brat should have his own plans. Let's just watch. In front, the heavenly Netherbird saw that the dark red dragon and the others had retreated and only Lin Xian was left. It immediately revealed a disdainful smile. What? Do you think that you can deal with me alone? The heavenly Netherbird sneered, although I've used up a lot of yuan qi, against an ant like you, one slap is enough. Don't be so proud, I already know your fatal weakness. Lin Xian's voice was cold with a trace of killing intent. Fatal weakness? What do you know? The heavenly Netherbird raised its head and laughed, I don't have a fatal weakness, you can't kill me. Your fatal weakness is your heart. Lin Xian shouted coldly and quickly rushed out. What? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the heavenly netherbird's smile disappeared and its face became extremely ugly. Damn it! Damn it! His opponent knew his fatal weakness. Impossible! How did he know? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. Very few people knew about this weakness, not even old Daoist Sang Song. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to just seal it and not kill it. Yes, that's right. It had no weaknesses. Even if it was killed or its head exploded, it would still be able to recover. Its only fatal weakness was its heart. If it lost its heart, it would not be able to revive. This brat in front of it knew about such a secret. It was extremely shocking. But soon after, it sneered, so what if you know? You don't have the strength to break through my defense. Don't even think about killing me. The heavenly netherbird sneered in disdain. Its terrifying beast claws clashed with Lin Xian's longsword. Then, an earth-shattering sound rang out and Lin Xian retreated rapidly. Chapter 1498. Although Lin Xian was pushed back, his lips curled into a smile. As expected, your strength has weakened a lot. If the heavenly netherbird was still a late 2-star king, he would not be able to do anything. But now, it seemed that she was only a mid-2-star king, or even worse. With such strength, if he went all out, he might be able to kill her. In the next moment, Lin Xian raised the great dragon sword soul and slowly cut a wound on her palm. With my blood, ignite the dragon soul. Great dragon sword soul, wake up. Lin Xian roared angrily. Endless blood flowed from his palm and dripped onto the surrounding dragon sword domain. Instantly, the entire dragon sword realm was dyed red with blood and started to tremble. A deep and loud dragon roar resounded in all directions. This roar was filled with shocking power, as if it could tear apart the 9 heavens and shatter the earth. Lin Xian's aura also increased in an instant. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand flashed rapidly as if it had turned into a huge dragon. The 1,000-beast cauldron above his head shone brightly as it spun rapidly. On top of it, all sorts of birds and beasts swam around, flashing with a strange light. Kill! Lin Xian was like a god of death. His battle strength soared again. Then, he became one with his sword and charged towards the heavenly netherbird like a ferocious beast. Lin Xian was too strong at this moment. He used his blood to ignite the dragon soul, allowing him to possess powerful strength. Kid, you're courting death. The heavenly netherbird was furious. She had just recovered her life force and was attacked like this. How could she not be angry? The moment he saw Lin Xian rushing over, he roared out in rage. The black flames on her body surged and turned into a huge mountain, smashing forward. Lin Xian activated the 1,000-beast cauldron above his head and quickly counterattacked. The 1,000-beast cauldron was a true Earth-class artifact and was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was not worried about it breaking at all. Therefore, he directly swung the 1,000-beast cauldron to meet the black demonic mountain head-on. Clang! With a deafening roar, Lin Xian quickly arrived in front of the heavenly netherbird. At this moment, the entire dragon sword domain was still dyed red by his blood. The dragon sword soul had awakened, and it was as if a true dragon was wandering around. As the sword slashed out, countless dragon shadows surrounded it, accompanied by an extremely powerful force. On the other side, the heavenly netherbird's expression changed. She quickly summoned the 9 underworld devil sky shield and blocked in front of her. However, he was still sent flying by the enormous force. What? So powerful. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't expect Lin Xian to explode with such terrifying power. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon frowned because it knew that Lin Xian was exchanging his blood for energy. How much blood could he lose? He was sure that this energy could not last for too long. Lin Xian naturally knew this as well, so he didn't stop after his attack succeeded. His body turned into an afterimage as he quickly chased after them. Not only that, but the dragon-shaped sword in his hand was also waving non-stop. One sword energy after another turned into true dragons that quickly circled in the sky and attacked the heavenly netherbird. Lin Xian's target was obvious, the heart. He didn't attack sky, nor did he attack anywhere else. Instead, he focused on the sky netherbird's heart. She knew that as long as she pierced the heaven serene bird's heart, it would die and never revive. The heavenly netherbird was enraged. It waved its terrifying nine-hell demonic sword and quickly counterattacked. Dang 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 dang. Countless sword chis intersected in the air, bursting forth with extremely resplendent light. A large amount of energy light rained down in all directions. These energies were too terrifying, and a casual attack could pierce through a one-star king realm expert. However, Lin Xian became more and more courageous as he fought. His entire body was enveloped by a blood-red light. Streaks of terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi slashed out in all directions. Not only that, but the thousand-beast cauldron above Lin Xian's head was also emitting a jet-black light. Ancient demonic beasts flew out from the thousand-beast cauldron one after another. It was as if they wanted to destroy the entire world. This was a true Earth-grade artifact. Lin Xian had directly ignited his bloodline power and forcefully activated it, displaying its terrifying might. Finally, the nine-hell demonic sky shield in front of the heavenly netherbird shattered once again, turning into countless black fragments that scattered in all directions. A demonic shadow and a dragon-shaped sword chi viciously slashed at the heavenly netherbird's body. Instantly, its enormous body was torn apart. Countless cracks spread out, and even its bones could be seen. Especially that dragon-shaped sword chi. It was too terrifying. It had almost pierced its heart. Ah! Damn it! I'll kill you! The heavenly netherbird was completely enraged. It realized that its opponent was too strong. That energy made it feel an incomparable sense of danger. Therefore, it didn't care about anything else. It hurriedly waved its nine-hell demonic sword and pointed it at the sky. Instantly, an incomparable black hole appeared above it. It flickered with a dark light. Last time, when the heavenly netherbird used the nine-hell demonic sword, this black hole had appeared. It didn't expect it to appear again. This black hole was too mysterious. It was as if it was connected to another world. It was incomparably dark and emitted an aura that made one's heart tremble. Even though Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, he still felt a chill down his spine. From the black vortex above, endless black gas quickly poured out and poured into the demonic sword. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying power erupted. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He knew that the heavenly netherbird was about to use its ultimate skill again. However, he wouldn't give it the chance. In the next moment, he burned all of his spiritual energy and blood chi. His entire body emitted an endless red light. A dragon's shadow circled around his body. His entire body seemed to have merged with the great dragon sword soul. He turned into a giant dragon and quickly flew forward. Kill! Roar! An earth-shattering roar sounded. Then, a red light quickly cut through the void and killed the heavenly netherbird. Die! The heavenly netherbird was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to erupt with such power in an instant. This power was still enough to kill him. However, he hadn't completed his ultimate skill. The demonic chi on the 9-hell demonic sword was increasing, but it hadn't reached its peak. But now, he couldn't care less about this. He could only use the power he had accumulated to quickly counterattack. The 9-hell demonic sword was incomparably black. It flickered with a cold light and carried an incomparable power as it quickly slashed down. Lin Xian turned into a ferocious giant dragon and quickly swooped down in the air. In the next moment, the two collided. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, a ball of bright light exploded in the air. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. This attack was too terrifying. The entire sky was completely enveloped by the energy and fell into nothingness. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The dark red divine dragon, the happy king, and the others' faces changed drastically. They frantically retreated because the wave of energy was already rushing towards them. The energy was terrifying. They didn't dare to resist it at all. They could only brace themselves and run away. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.